discovered so many mounds all over Khajuraho where we was getting some traces of temples. Then while this discussions was made, I was superintending archaeologist of Bhopal Circle. So I called my deputy, I called my all other officers, and I said, ki, okay, president visit is fine. We will be working for president's visit. We will show him around the monument. But most important thing was that let us utilize this time in doing an exploration of Khajuraho in and around to find out other missing temples. So we divided our team in 4 parts. Like in Ramayana, you know that when they wanted to trace Sita, they divided 4 teams. So the one team was this side in the north, one in the south, one in the east, and in the west. So I, along with my deputy superintending archaeologist, Mr. Tahir, was working towards the back of the airport, and we started combing that area. There is a small village around 1 kilometer from the airport to our southern side. We could find a village known as Jatkara. That is a small village having around that time it was around 5,000 to 6,000 population, very thin population, and very close to village. While we were moving, we could see that on the top around 32 to 34 feet high, we saw one Shivlinga, a beautiful Shivling which was only visible, and a mound was seen, and that mound was thickly vegetated, and all around it was very difficult to climb that mound. But I took this pain with my team to just climb that mound, and when we reached the Shivling, we could find that down this mound there are so many archaeological, architectural fragments which are scattered here and there. So we were sure within few hours that this is one of the temple which is hidden here. Thereafter, next day when we came to the office, we thought, let us find out, because it seems to be a very large temple. So do we have any epigraphical records for that? While working with the records, we could find that there was one epigraph of Bir Ballal II, Sthapati, where it is mentioned that there was one larger temple in Khajuraho. So we started working with that mind, that how best we can find out the real truth of this temple. This is a brief which I just want to tell you, and after that I will come to my main lecture, because I excavated this temple twice. So what I am going to talk to you, but before that I will just give you a small introduction, because here so many people have come from various faculties and they would like to know, they must have heard about Khajuraho, because Khajuraho is a World Heritage Site and Khajuraho is a well-known site. But I will just give a small brief about Khajuraho, what it is. As we all know, that Khajuraho group of monuments are a group of Hindu and Jain temples in Chhatarpur district of Madhya Pradesh. They are UNESCO World Heritage Monument. It is famous for Nagara style. As you know that we had many styles, Nagar, Vesar, Dravid. So this is one of the Nagara style of architecture, symbolizes and has the Chandela dynasty were the rulers who built these Khajuraho temples between 10th to 12th century AD. Khajuraho is popular for its group of artistic temples. The Chandela rulers were great patron of art, and this is the reason that the Khajuraho group of temples is known for its sculptural wealth. There were some 85 temples constructed during 10th to 12th century AD, but only 24 temples, and a new temple, 25th, Bija Mandal, was discovered in 1999. Al-Bruni Ibn Battuta mention about this temple is in the records. All the temples are built out of fine sandstone, except Chausat Yogini, Brahma, and Lal Gua Mahadev temples. All are constructed of granite. Khajuraho temples is having good temple architecture, very mature temple architecture, but it has the beauty of its sculptures. And here we archaeologists have categorized the sculptures in 5 divisions. First was cult images. Second was category images occur in the niches, comprises enclosing divinities, family, and the attendants. The third and the most dominant group of sculptures are that of Apsaras and the Sur Sundaris, who are portrayed in dancing postures and graceful nymphs, respectively. Fourth group of sculptures is secular images depicting scenes like teacher and student. The fifth, the last category of sculptures is that of animals, including the mythical beasts. In this all temple, the Kandariya Mahadev temple has the zenith of sculptural art. As we all know that Professor Nagaraju, who is here, he knows that this was the period 10th to 12th, 8th to 10th and 12th century. It was the peak of architecture all over the country. And this place about which I am talking was also one of the center for zenith of temple architecture, and it was in its peak. Shiva worship was very popular here. It was it had Jainism and Hinduism, two religions which was seen in these temples. But after 13th century, we could find massive destructions by Muslim rulers to these temples. But still, I can say that Khajuraho temples are the beautiful example of Nagara style of temples, and these temples architecturally consist of sanctum, a narrow antechamber antaral, a transept, Mahamandapa, additional halls, Ardha Mandapa, and Mandapa or nave, and an ambulatory passage, Pradakshina Path, which is lighted by large windows. According to Khajuraho inscriptions of Yashovarman, dated 954, built a magnificent temple of Vishnu also. So Vishnu worship was also there. I will just count you some of the important monuments here. That was Chausat Yogini, Brahma and Lal Gua Mahadev, Matangeshwara, Varaha, Lakshman, Parshvanath. Parshvanath was constructed by Yashovarman, and Vishwanath temple was also constructed by Yashovarman in 1002 AD. Jagdambi and Chitragupt, Kandariya Mahadev, Vamana, Adinath, Javari, Chaturbhuj, Duladev, Ghantai, Vaidyanath, all these were some of the very important monuments which are intact still in Khajuraho. The characteristic sculptural tiers of the Khajuraho attain their maturity in the Kandariya Mahadev temple. This is a small brief which I just wanted to give you before starting the details about my work in the discovery of new temple at Khajuraho. As we all know very well that since time immemorial and perhaps from the beginning of life, the earth, man has endeavored to know his antecedents, to retrace the footsteps marked on the sands of the time. In sorry. Taking a cue from the history of Khajuraho, it was only in the year 1980 that the Archaeological Survey of India launched an intensive survey within an ambit of 10-kilometer area, as I told you, and associated protuberances with definite antiquarian value within the demarked radius, thus lending credence to the common belief. As of now, all identified mounds are strewn in and around the present-day Khajuraho and indicate towards large building activity. Since a large number of architectural remains, cultural fragments, brickbats, etc. have been discovered at these sites. So the sites which was discovered before this 1999, the new large temple, was Sadhara, Bhansa, Basaya Tori, Sirmora, Lakhauri, Batasa, Pachkonda, Bagichi, Kharantia, Khajuru, Baniani, Marhin, Pachara, Tilok. All these were the missing temples which was discovered by ASI archaeologists in this area. In 1881, excavations were also undertaken at the largest, the 18 mounds, measuring about 65 meter to 40 meter, situated about 1 kilometer east of western group of Khajuraho temples. The excavations yielded the remains of a wall identified as probably the prakar of the temple, built of undressed boulders of quartzite. So this is the prehistory of earliest history of our discussion for this new temple. I would just jump on now on my new discovery of the temple, which we did in 1999. So I will just brief you the findings of the excavation which we could get from here. So let me here. This place was, as I told you, very close to the monument, the airport, and it was around traveling from airport towards the Jatkara village, as I told you, about 3 kilometers from Khajuraho. This mound can be seen in its picturesque setting at the end of the meandering, dusty pathway that breaks away from the main metal road. It has the surrounding environment with all rustic and serene, adding to its appeal, situated as it is amidst agricultural fields. The excavation was resumed by us in 1999 under my able guidance in the main mound of the Bija Mandal, which is known as Bija Mandal. That place was known as Bija Mandal area in the Jatkara village. A big temple was conceived under this mound. It was 7.5 meter high and about 40 meter in length, as it was found to be surmounted by a small platform of quartz-dressed stones, which in turn was capped by a broken marble yoni patta, with the marble Shivalinga enshrined in it as its highest point. The expectations were suitably rewarded since a large number of architectural and sculptural remains were uncovered. But perhaps the huge booty was the discovery of another temple bigger than the largest Kandariya Mahadev temple, whose 30-meter length is comparatively smaller than the 34.6 meter of the latest temple. I think you people understand that Kandariya was the largest so far, but after my discovery of this temple and after the excavation, it was established that now this is the largest temple of the Khajuraho. Kandariya Mahadev temples, Mahadev's temples, length of the temple is 30 meter, whereas this temple's length is 34.6 meter. So this was supposed to be the largest. As part of the ongoing excavation after the scientific clearance, trenches were laid as per archaeological norms and principle The intention was to expose the basal extent remains first. The marble Shivlingam and the Yonipat, which can be observed perched at the top of the mount, lie in the trench number C3. However, this structure was installed here by Maharaja Pratap Singh in the middle of 19th century. This was you can see that was not the original place where that Shivling was kept, but it was on record that Maharaja Pratap Singh installed it in the middle of the 19th century, this Shivlingam. Soon one of the also discovered in this layer were broken pieces of architectural elements.
Mishra Sahab, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you presenting your screen? Apologies for interrupting you. Are you presenting any slides?
Yeah, I will. I have asked Mr. Mishra to present.
All right. Apologies for that. Thank you so much.
Clear this for some time, then we will come with the photographs also. Initially, it was itself the entire architectural plan of the Garbhagriha, Antaral, Mahamandapa, Mandapa, and Ardha Mandapa could be discerned from the maze of partly hidden and exposed structures. The extent remains discovered belong to the Pitha and Adhisthana segment of the basal part of the temple. The lowest of these rested on coarsely dressed blocks below the soil level. Above these blocks were the moldings of Khara, Sila, with frieze of floral motifs, Karnika, Kapota, Karnika, Graspati, Antrapatra, Chadya, and Khura. Broadly, in almost all the trenches, there were two main layers other than the lower natural soil layer. The soil layer was light brown gray to blackish in color, containing predominantly silt soil, chips of stones, possibly of in situ craftsmanship, and several architectural fragments. Other anthropogenic remains included broken sculptural parts with an occasional limbs, head. The total thickness of this layer was about 5 centimeter to 125 centimeter. In the southern part of the temple remains, it was seen that the layer number 1 of the lowest layer was thin and superlaying the edifice. Layer number 2, and likewise, we archaeologists prepare the report, and with that report, we just identify that in every layer, what are the findings which we are getting. I think these,
Mishra sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mishra, I think you put this.
Mishra sir, इसका मिश्रा बोल रहे हैं.
Yeah.
हाँ, फोटो आ गई है आपकी, जब बताइएगा जब.
हाँ, नहीं, आप फोटो का क्या है कि इसमें तो आपको फोटो ही दिखाना पड़ेगा, और जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ उससे ही मैच कर रही है. एक एक आप फोटो दिखाते जाइए, क्योंकि हमारा पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ से नहीं लग रहा है, इसलिए मैंने आपको ये भेज दिया था. आप वहां से एक एक करके दिखाते जाइए, और जो हम बोल रहे हैं उस टेक्स्ट में बहुत चीजें आ जाएंगी. समझ गए आप?
हाँ सर. हाँ जी.
In the area of Antaral, the layers had several differences, possibly indicating towards the nature of activities in the temple precincts, particularly in the Garbhagriha and Mahamandapa portions. Thus, the topmost layers nomenclatured as one consisted of brownish silt soil, some chips, and the blocks from which the sculptures and the architectural fragments were recovered. ये next कीजिए, तो next कीजिए इसको मिश्रा जी. Next slide दिखाइए. As you see, what I told you, that we had all sculptural details also in this Bija Mandal temple, and we see this is of the northern trenches where we got this type of moldings and some sculptures. Perceptible difference being their comparative less number. Possibly this side has suffered heavier natural degradation as can be discerned. Next दिखाइए. Next. ये हम लोग नॉर्दर्न साइड पे ही चल रहे हैं. नॉर्दर्न साइड के इंटीरियर हैं, जिसमें बहुत कम effect हुआ है, and the sculptures which are in the niches are very intact. Eastern part of the temple, in the interior of the Mukh Mandap, search for staircase leading to temple was made. इसी के नजदीक में we are seeing that there was a space for staircase. If we can show that slide, Mr. Mishra, if you can locate that with you. या और इसके नजदीक जाइए, एक स्लाइड और छोड़िए, नहीं और छोड़िए, नहीं आ रहा. Anyway. Let us continue with the text first. In the last stage of excavation, the bulk removed were done. At first, the 50 centimeter balls running parallel to the long direction of temple were removed. Thereafter, section drawings of balls running were made. In view of the above results of excavation, various observations were made with regard to remains uncovered. As the excavation was started from top of the mound, the stratigraphy of the deposition and its nature in association with the structure could be noticed. At the top of the mound, although there was no sequence of layers, yet the singular layer number 1 over the temple surface was found to be superimposing over the granite blocks. I think you can understand this is all superimposition. On the bottom is only granite, and on the top of the granite, this all architectural remains were built. There were evidences of filling stones also with the molded veneering stones. Layer also contains some sculptural and architectural fragments discussed earlier. Although very thin over the extant remains, this layer became thicker on the side of available remains. So much so that it covered several top moldings, and particularly we can see that this is all top moldings, and particularly in the west towards the back of Garbhagriha, it went down to the lowest molding called the Kharasila. Then we see that layer 1, layer 2 had a lot of differences. Layer 2 was conspicuously different in that it had several alterations of chips and brickbats, layers. The near absence of architectural and sculptural fragment is noteworthy. As I told you that in different directions, we could trace out some different things, different remains which needs to be noticed. The boulders and compacted layers so made as to take the load of the overlying structure. The boulders were put down for taking the load of the whole building, and the layer had a significant presence around the sides of the temple, excluding the western side around the Garbhagriha walls. On preliminary investigations, the reason for the immense quantity of the brickbats can be attributed to several points. Probably these brickbats, I feel, are the remains of scaffolding built at that time while molding courses were being laid. Alternatively, brickbats may have been laid around the edifice to protect it from accidental damage during construction activity in which heavy stones were being carried around, or they could be the remains of the ramp constructed to lift the structural members from the ground. I think you understand me what I am going to tell you, that while construction, they in the other side, I think we are missing that photographs. On the other side, we found a ramp with brickbats. So what I feel personally, to take the sculptures or the boulders or the stones, that ramp was made, but later on they did not remove that ramp, because it is also said that this temple was not completed. It remained uncompleted, and it had an activity of 400 to 500 years. Because here we are getting many sculptures. Some of the sculptures are very proportionate, very nicely carved, seems to be of the matured period of sculptural art, but we have some sculptures here which are not proportionate. The hands are very big, the legs are big, the cheeks are flat, the nose is also not built so well. So that was the last phase, that period we are giving it to 13th, 14th century. And that period also this temple was in existence, but at one time during 16th or 17th century, we found during excavation that this temple was abandoned. People left this temple as it is, and during 17th, 18th century, it was covered with mud so that during the invasion of Muslim, it can be saved. What was surprising here was the comparative paucity of remnants. Lack of architectural and sculptural members in this layer is indicative of the fact that brickbats were not used at every level. Significantly, nowhere else other than in between the lateral projections of Garbhagriha and Mahamandapa, the brickbats were interlaid alternatively with the layer of chips. Another remarkable observation of our excavation is the comparative paucity of potsherds here in these excavations. Also, those found are non-contextual origin. Sculptural remains have routinely been discovered at this site. We feel that sculptures discovered here belong to three distinct phases. As I told you, those of the earliest one being simpler and with fewer attributes and somewhat rotten in appearance. Next phase is marked by iconographically elaborate sculptures, while the last phase sculptures are more elongated and slender with a triangular ornamental headdress typical of the Kalchuri period, indicating thereby that probably the temple construction activity was spread over 2 or 3 centuries with intermittent spells of abandonment. There was a gapping, and then some activities of temple was done compared to that period only. An eminent scholar, Devangana Desai, has drawn some parallels of the similarity of the Grihaspati with earlier Lakshmana temple, whereas certain features bear resemblance with the Devi Jagdambi and Chitragupta temples. Mrs. Desai, who was also with me during the excavation, she has done a lot of works on Kajara Temple. Her observation was this, that in this temple only, we have evidences of certain periods, like Lakshmana temple, which was earlier, Devi Jagdambi temple was little late, and Chitragupta temple was a later phase. So we have all three temples evidences here. And mason marks are also different in sculptural traits here, have an affinity with later Kandariya Mahadev temple. The existence of these sculptures purportedly belonging to three different phases raises another possibility. Probably the older sculptures were gathered from the deserted temples of the surrounding region. Many sculptures of the divinities have also been recovered. Some sculptures found in the debris of the mound here appear to be incomplete, since the carving of them has not been done to perfection. But curiously, a large majority of these are depicted without their usual attributes and vahanas. Some have different attributes than is usually associated with them. For instance, we have a Saraswati, beautiful sculpture, goddess of learning at this place, and is not shown seated here on her vahana. Usually we get vahana on most of the sculptures, but here Saraswati is found without vahana. Also, its figure appears to be incomplete and unfinished, requiring combing of hair, outlining of the gems on the jewelry, and completion of other sundry details. Thus, what appears to be certain is that the temple was in the process of completion, but the construction activity could not be sustained for some reason, and finally the project was shelved. Perhaps the temple building exercise continued into 12th century AD. Also, the discovery of large number of moldings of Jain Tirthankars. We had some moldings like this, which we are seeing. It has got some Jain influences in the around the temple structure, indicates that the edifice was probably dedicated to the Jain sect. It's also likely that the temple conceived at this site represented Catholicism of religious sentiments of the then rulers, which may have prompted them to install Jain and Hindu sculptures in the same temple. This was a very big example which we could find at this temple, was that we had in one temple the Jain images and goddesses also. Rarely we type of thing, and material also the structure, almost. Another category, if it can be so called, is the lack of knowledge the part of the artisans here, which we could find as the attributes with the sculpted figures. It can also be construed as a deliberate omission of the artisan who may have been in a mood to experiment with the image of the deity. Maybe that this temple might have been used for that purpose also. Even the typical nudity lacks the sophistication and perfection that Khajaraho sculptures are famous for. The excavated structure before the commencement of excavation was thought to be comparable to the temple in dimensions. However, post-excavations, discoveries revealed otherwise, and it was found to be longer than longest temple of Khajaraho. As I told you, Kandariya was the longest and largest temple of Khajaraho, but this new temple is bigger than the Khajaraho. While the Kandariya measures to about 30 meters in length, an extent remains at Bija Mandal have a length of 34.60 meters. The width of Kandariya temple is 75 centimeters, more than Bija Mandal structure, having the width of about 20 meters. Significantly, a colossal amount of architectural members were recovered from the three sides of the shikhara of the structure. These comprise almost all the parts constituting the shikhar, giving rise to the surmise that the temple shikhar was probably constructed to completion. However, in other areas like that belonging to the Mahamandapa, Mandapa, and Ardha Mandapa, the architectural remains of higher reaches were generally conspicuous by their absence. Amongst those recovered from layer number 1 were mostly of Adhishtan levels. The absence of Kakshasan members, for example, from Mahamandapa to Ardha Mandapa, is very significant. Further excavations at Bija Mandal were commenced with the cessation of the rains. The systematic investigation showed semi-dressed courses laid horizontally, taking the load of the superstructure. This leveled surface of stone block was laid underneath several courses of stones spread to a large area as spread footing, so as to reduce the stress per square meter of the area. Curiously, sculptures of diverse affiliations like Shiva and of the syncretistic origin were found close to the virgin soil near the structure, suggesting towards the probable likelihood of the foundational levels having remained open. When the sculptures were being collected during the construction of the temple, that the foundation courses were not closed and level besides the finding of the chisel for fine dressing goes to show that the work was in progress and was then halted suddenly, abruptly. The latest discovery has opened a Pandora box of opinions and views from the scholars and the laymen alike, a likely offshoot of the hoopla and the media blizzard surrounding the recent find. the Bija Mandal temple about which we are discussing, I think archaeologists would have been happy to listen. If some non-archaeologists must be getting bored because I am not able to give you the PPF also. But it is very interesting since it is this program is conducted from Rewa. You must know about this new finds which you have got in the Madhya Pradesh area. The Bija Mandal temple itself remains an enigma amidst the plenitude of possibilities, but forth from the several quarters. For example, the first question that hits you as you survey the excavated remains is whether this temple was completed. I think you can see this slide, and you are seeing on the top is the Shivling. The Shivling, as I told you, is, look, come to the back slide. Mishraji, please come to the back slide. Hello, Mishraji, please come. This, no. You come to the, you keep it this, keep this. So what this was the, fully, it all was vegetated. And from down, we were just seeing the Shivlinga, the top Shivling, which I am telling you that it was installed in 1900 by some Maharaja. So inside, the story which I told you just now, as an archaeologist, what we can find that it had so many periods work in this temple. But the first question that hits you as you survey the excavated remains is whether this temple was completed or it was left incomplete. Whether there ever was a superstructure upon the exclusively carved Jagati that has been uncovered. You can see the Jagati. Can you show the next slide? Next slide. No, next. No, if you can show me this Jagati portion, beautifully carved Jagati portion. Come on, we will see later on. A careful analysis of the history and geography of the region, namely excavated site, fails to give a definite and clear-cut picture, the mystery further being compounded by the plethora of possibilities linked to the temple structure. Still, some suggestions can be floated, the veracity which shall call for a scholarly scrutiny and a skillful patching up of clues that are available and those pending investigation. Firstly, the name of the temple itself is under discussion. Devangana Desai suggests that it may have happened, it may have been the Vaidyanath temple built by Gahapati Kokala. In the support, she gives the derivation of the name from Vaidyanath as follows: Vaidya, Baija, Bija. However, taking down parallels of the Parmar Vijay Mandir of Vidisha, presently known as Bija Mandal, the temple definitely might have been named as Vijay Mandir. This proposition, though sketchy, cannot be ignored. The hearsay in this region mentions a trinity of temples called Parshvanath, Vishwanath, and Vaidyanath. An inscription found in one of the temples of Khajuraho also speaks of a temple built by Gahapati Kokala, which was eluding identity. Perhaps the remains excavated from the mound at Jatkara village, the present which I am showing, belong to the third temple of the famous trinity named Vaidyanath. As for the disparity in the name of erstwhile temple, the analogy of the Bija Mandal temple at Vidisha comes handy. Also, reason for this variation can be attributed to the local dialect where Vaidya could have been distorted by Bija, as Devangana Desai has delineated above. The presence of a completed ornate Jagati naturally compels one to suppose the existence of a temple upon it. Jagati is very, you see, now you are seeing the Jagati portion. Can you see the Jagati portion? If you can show us the more close photographs. This shows that there was a temple on top of it, compels one to suppose the existence of a temple upon it. which may have been razed to the ground during the intervening period. Some support to this view is lent by the discovery of pillars, Sukhnasika, and a prominent figure of Kichaka, which can widely be seen sculpted in the pillars of the Khajuraho temples. It is missing here. We could not find any good pillars, Kichakas, or some Sukhnasika. That was not discovered during our excavation. Even local folklore and beliefs, though lacking authenticity, watch for a completed temple at the site at some period of time. How far these claims are correct is still to be verified, but even if it is accepted that the temple superstructure did exist at the place, the rubble discovered there suggests otherwise. Though the mound at Jatkara is the largest of the earmarked ones, the remains excavated so far are not consonant with the size of the Jagati. Had there been a superstructure upon the largest Jagati of all Khajuraho temples, the assuming further that it crumbled to the ground with the passage of time, the remains should have testified to its medieval existence, and the present mound could have been concealing material that were more massive and carried more bulk than what it has been discovered so far. I won't take you much long because I think non-archaeologists would not be very much interested to know about it. I will ask Mishraji, your friend, to take a fast round of all the photographs from 1 to 33, which I have sent you. All viewers will get an idea about it.
Just a group has to for these.
Yes, go ahead. Next. Now you see the Jagati. Go ahead. See the niches and the moldings, the sculptures, figures, how nicely it has built. Next. Yes. Can you see these moldings? It is so fresh. This we could get it down the clearance. Look at these moldings, Jagati portions. So what I would sum up here, what lies ahead after the excavations can be anybody's guess in the temple city of Khajuraho, where the once stood about 84 temples. Whether the excavations can certify the validity of the claim is yet to be found out. Nevertheless, the archaeologists, armed with the knowledge of the unconfirmed history of the region and tentative accounts of its rulers, are undaunted in their task of uncovering the truth in the shape of remains of the temples of yore. Whether this trial will bear fruit in future, only time can tell, and no amount of prophecies would work. For the present, we can just wait for the history to unfold itself. Perhaps the other demarcated mounds in the vicinity of the Bija Mandal area may also be concealing the unimaginable, since fables abound of the about 84 temples of the Chandela period can be cleared here. Some of these may have been lost forever, but even the unveiling of another monument from under the heaps of the sands of time holds promise of treasure the mankind shall always be overwhelmed with. The Khajuraho monuments have so far lived up to their inclusion in the esteemed World Heritage List, and I am glad that after my discovery and excavation in 2004, the Archaeological Survey of India declared this monument as nationally protected monument, and now this monument is one of the part of World Heritage List. So I stop it here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a very good paper, fine research, particularly from the field study, and knowing a very good temple in the vicinity of Kajara Temple. And as he said, there are 84 temples, out of which one have been discovered by him and his team, and excavation have been done by him and his team for 2 seasons. And I think I would like to invite any comments or any questions and any suggestions. Please come forward and speak to the Mishra ji.
Sir, can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
It's not related with this temple, but it's about the Jain Temple in Khajuraho.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just before few days, there was a synthetic color they used for the painting of the Jain temples. Can I say something about that? Can we stop it? Is it relevant with this UNESCO World Heritage Site?
You see, you are talking about the wrong conservation on which was in news recently, in the Jain temple.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even I had also written a letter to the chemical department that they had not given justice to this monument. They should not tamper with the original color. And especially in the Jain temple area, they have touched the chemicals. With that, it is looking very bad. So they should stop it.
Yes.
It's not correct conservation.
Yes, sir. Keshav is raising his hand, my good friend. Please
For both the channels,
speak.
Ragarajan and Pani, I think I have a right to call you Pani Khan. That's all.
Oh,
I think you can remember both of us. We were together in Chandravalli excavation.
great.
Myself,
77 to 80. Yes.
yeah, myself
Your
and
father
Pani,
was there.
yeah,
He
myself and
actually
Pani
have
are
recommended my name for doing excavation and working as a supervisor in Chandravalli, as Keshav was a senior supervisor by that time there. Okay, Keshav, please come and speak.
I
Very
think
good.
Pani,
Yeah.
with your mustache, you would be more handsome. As I'm familiar with, and we are familiar with the times of Mahishasura Mardini, isn't it? So, my congratulations to Panikan ji for
Thank you,
having done a wonderful excavation work. Of course, it is a venture itself needs a lot of attention, and at the same time, presentation also needs a lot of exercise, in which unfortunately he was handicapped by the PPF. However, a wonderful work. There needs some more clearance of debris here and there. However, the clarity with which his slides reflect upon the finding of a beautiful temple of Vaishnathji, the third temple there at Khajuraho, in the vicinity of Khajuraho, close to the airport, speaks of the rich jewelry of the Madhya Pradesh, which have reflected on the socio-religious conditions of the country, and my kudos to Panikanji for his good venture.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
Mr. Keshav. Yes,
Nice
sir.
to see you.
Pleasure is mine.
Any other inquiry or question or wants to know more about that site? Yes.
Namaste, sir. It was a very
Yes,
great
sir. Hello.
learning session.
Hello.
Introduce
Yes, sir.
yourself.
Hello.
Sir, I am
Hello.
Aparna Deshpande from Belgaum, and I am a student of art. So
Start.
it was very interesting. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would
We are-
like
we are hearing you.
to look at the Saraswati sculpture that sir has mentioned in his lecture, and
Yes,
also any photograph of Jain and Hindu gods being together in the temple. If you have photos, kindly share, sir.
I will share. I have many photographs. We have Jaina sculptures also, and Hindu entities also. So,
Yeah.
but they are not at one panel. They are in different panels, either in the western side or eastern side. Not they are together. But I will
Okay,
share
so-
with you. You can give your address to Mr. Mishra. I have
Okay.
those photographs I can share with you.
Yeah,
But the
and can we
sculptures
have a
are
look at
existing.
the Saraswati sculpture if you have the photograph now? It's
I
very
think,
interesting because if I had,
I
or
think,
was
I
it there in the PPT?
I had the Saraswati sculpture. 1 minute, let me see. It is in the PPF. Actually, my PPT, this 20 years back, we excavated this site in 2000. But I will just wait. I will just show you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
No, man, you wait for that. He'll try to give you the slides of that Saraswati. Anyway, the sculptural art of this Khajuraho, when compared to this Bija Mandal, definitely that is superior. But the sculptures here, only the frieze sculptures and the wall sculptures are missing here and may not be present in this whole temple. But I suggest it needs some more good conservation, and also there is a scope for further excavation in the site area. Will you agree with me, sir?
I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. But you know, in ASI, I will discuss with you, not in this meeting.
Okay.
In ASI, it happens like this, ki if it is Professor Shiva's site, the Shiva will only excavate, not Keshav. We should not discuss here. But I was very keen that it should be protected by Government of India. So I was successful, and it was declared as a protected monument.
That is true.
We are happy. Wait, Keshav. We are happy that it has been declared by the Archaeological Survey of India as a protected monument.
Yes,
We are so much pleased for that. But it needs further conservation,
Definitely.
restoration, and the excavation also. Some professor was asking about the Jain temple paintings. You know that the painting, particularly the painting conservation, is not in good position. Even in the ASI, very difficult to find the matching of the color, and it is somehow they are capable of doing that. For that, you can go and see the Ajanta Ellora. It's happening there. I think Keshav and his friend Venkateshaya were there in Ajanta Ellora. The conservation is going on.
My presence at Ajanta and Ellora was the golden period, wherein the preservation was done by chemical branch of exquisite experts from that particular branch. My kudos to them. And I worked with senior artists like Ramchandra and M.S. Chandrasekhar, whose paintings are even now in the Parliament House and other places. One thing, I accept Anikanji's observations that once a person is retired in the ASI, he is dead and gone for sure. I had an experience. Wherein I did work at one particular site where 2 copper plates were discovered. I had given reading of 1 copper plate and another copper plate. Before I could read it, I retired. I requested the ASI present Bangalore Circle to provide me the copy of that inscription so that it could be read. And the translation, meaning and content, the context of that inscription could be made available to ASI Bangalore Circle. I was vehemently denied this particular opportunity of reading this inscription because the reason I was retired. The second one is, one of the officers said, don't give any such material to Keshav.
Keshav, this is the experience of most of the senior ISI people.
Yeah.
As Mishraji was telling that, P.K. Mishra was well known in the field of archaeology, as his father was also in the survey. And I have met him several times when I was in Chandravali. But after retirement only you have the voice to speak. I think you'll agree with me. But the work has been done by...
Yeah.
I'll complete. Let me complete. The work has been done by the people of ASI is remarkable.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yes, it is a role model for the country, but may not be completed, or the work and the contribution of the ASI and the monument declaration of the ASI is definitely a superior in the country and not compared to any states of the country. This is what, of course, you are.
It is the cultural heritage. It is the cultural heritage that demands attention.
Yes.
Your government has maintained beautiful monuments and conserved them. See, it is very easy to make a comment offhand unless you are familiar with the structure, both departmentally, otherwise. So it is necessary that we guide the younger officers who take the place, positions. However, of recent, I have observed the younger generation are not in the habit of continuing the technical expertise or seeking help from the older generation.
So that is the trend of the generation, as you also experienced. Suresh also experienced the same thing. Both of you from the Hampi side done a lot of work. You have done from 1977, and you know how the conservation is going on in Hampi, how the monuments have been preserved there, how the site have been protected, and that's why it has been declared as a World Heritage Site by the UNESCO. So your contribution is more.
Rangad sir.
Yes, sir.
And yourself are known to be talkative persons with big mouths. Why do you drag K.M. Suresh sir, a silent person, into this?
No. He was in Hampi. Suresh, I'll tell you, Suresh was in Hampi University for several years, developed a very good open air museum in the Hampi, and which is a very good contribution for the country. He is not silent. He will speak more because your paper will be read in front of him only the next session.
Yeah.
Anyway, sir, yes, sir. Now you are speaking. Let's see. Yes.
Silent agide kono, mute agide.
Sir.
Mute agide nodi. No.
Sir.
Not audible.
Rangaraju sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Please conclude the session. So next session शुरू करना है sir.
Acha, I will conclude it. Okay.
Sir, hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, I am Tirumurthy. I just want to only one small question, sir.
Please.
Hello.
Yes,
sir. My question is that, sir, only a few minutes only. I don't want to take more time. The archaeological survey under P.K. Mishraji is very, very important.
Yes.
Generally, a temple is, will be incomplete without Shivalinga and other architectural members. I can say that simple superstructure might have definitely existed there, that was dilapidated and carried away to different places. That is what the reason. Therefore, further exploration, then the epigraphical studies in and around the ruined temple of the ruined temple is very much necessary to establish the superstructure existence, if any, sir. This is what my idea.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
but
sir.
The Shivalinga is a huge one.
Yes,
Can be seen from the long distance at the present condition. And this has to be protected. This has to be restored properly. That is my request. When is still younger generation archaeologist is there working in ASI, please take care of this and protect it. Even if possible, conduct further excavation also. Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful paper. It's a really knowledgeable one. People who are working on archaeological sites and temple architecture, that can be a good information. I hope the organizers of this webinar have allowed our friend to speak more about this site. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to share this session. Thank you, one and all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye, Keshav. We will talk on
Bye.
Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
God bless.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Fanikant Mishra sir, for giving a nice talk, and Dr. Rangaraju sir, सभी को एक बार जो सभी आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट में डिस्कशन किया उनको थोड़ा लेट हुआ है। अगले चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर BS, फार्मर PCCF एंड हेड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट फोर्स केरला, फार्मर डायरेक्टर KRI केरला। डॉक्टर पुरी सर, Dr. B. Puri sir.
Sir, you will have to unmute.
Yeah, it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Co-chairperson Dr. Utkarsha Manish Chavan, Assistant Professor in Zoology, Bhavnas Hazarimal Somani College, Mumbai, and lead speaker Dr. AP Singh, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Gujarat. Welcome, sir. Singh Saab, Dr. AP Singh, sir. Dr. AP Singh, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
he
sir.
is looking at you.
Very good morning to all of you.
Welcome, sir.
I'm audible? I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm to BS Puri. Please share the session and introducing our eminent speaker, Dr. AP Singh Saab.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. P. Singh. Dr. A.P. Singh belongs to the 1990 batch of the Indian Forest Service, Gujarat cadre, and he has a distinguished career with matching academic credentials. He has done his PhD in medicinal plants and his career as DCF in many positions. He was the member secretary of the Medicine Plant Board, member secretary of the Biodiversity Board. He was the chairman of the Gita Forest, or rather the CCF, I'm sorry, CCF Forest, and he has wide academic experience. He has written more than a dozen papers in prestigious journals. He has co-authored a book, and we look forward to hearing him. I would request the co-chair that after the presentation of Dr. A.P. Singh to kindly sum up and invite questions.
Okay, sir. Will do.
And then I'll have the final.
Okay, sir. Will do.
So, okay. So I request Dr. APC to kindly make your presentation.
Yeah. Once again, good morning to you, all the experts and distinguished eminent personalities. As you know, that Asiatic lion is pride of India, and the Gir sanctuary was declared in 1965. And I was the chief conservator of Forest Wildlife Circle, Junagadh. That time in 2015, that sanctuary completed 50 years of the conservation of Asiatic lion. That time I have worked how the journey of conservation of Asiatic lion take place for 50 years. And I have made a 7 minutes movie for conservation of Asiatic lion and analyzed the total journey of conservation of this species, which is global success story of carnivores. So first of all, I would start the 7 minutes movie on 50 years journey of conservation of Asiatic lion. Then I will start my lecture, or deliver a lecture or presentation. So I request you just start the 7 minutes documentary on conservation of Asiatic lion.
हाँ सर, प्रोसेस में है, आ रहा है।
Volume.
Gita.
वही
कंप्लीट मूवी का अल्लाह नहीं ऑफ
आवाज
10 minutes.
No voice, Misra ji.
स्कंद मिश्रा जी, आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रहा इस वीडियो का।
Yeah, I think you have to unmute. It is not mute, it's muted. The person who's playing the video may kindly unmute.
फुल तेज है। हेलो हेलो सर।
Yeah.
हेलो सर, मिश्रा जी। ओ एपी सिंह साहब।
Yes.
नहीं आ रहा।
The audio is not on.
आवाज आ रही क्या?
नहीं आ रही है, बिल्कुल नहीं आ रही है।
क्या आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं आ रही.
Dr. Singh, you can please give your commentary along with this.
That is only 7 minutes. Difficult. The commentary is already inbuilt.
Sir, a humble request. It would be really wonderful if this film was shared on the WhatsApp group which has been created. So we can also, it is better, and we can review it again.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
No, but that doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah.
Singh Saab, that doesn't solve the problem. I think the video should play when you are speaking. Maybe before you just start your lecture. Singh Saab, I think Mishra sir, Skan Mishra ji, I think you should put a technical person in such an important national event.
Okay, so just share my slides, presentation. Mishra sir, presentation को share करिए.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. So, first slide. Yes. So, this presentation was given when the Gir forest and the conservation of Asiatic line completed 50 years. So, the 50 years conservation of Asiatic line, a glimpse. So I'll cover the total conservation of Asiatic line till today. Next. As you know, the dispersal or distribution of global distribution of Asiatic line global distribution of Asiatic line up to 18 subspecies. The line is Panthera leo. The Panthera leo having had 8 subspecies, 7 subspecies were found in African continent, and only single species Panthera leo persica is reported from Asia, India, Western India, that is the Gir forest of Gujarat. Next. So you can see here, there were 8 subspecies on the basis of physical characteristics and their name. So first one was the Barbary line, that is Panthera leo, which has already been extinct from the wild. Second one was the West African line, Panthera leo senegalensis, that was distributed Western and Central Africa. Next. The third one was named as a Maasai line, that was Panthera leo nibica. It was found in Eastern Africa. Fourth one was Congo line, Panthera leo agendica, that was distributed in Central Africa. Next. Fifth one was Southwest African line, Panthera leo Leonberghi, that was Southwest Africa, and Transvaal line was Panthera leo Krugeri. हेलो, हाँ मैं अभी एक लेक्चर में हूँ, थोड़ी देर में बात करता हूँ, ठीक? ओके. That was Transvaal line of Panthera leo Krugeri, that was of Southern Africa. Next. Next one, please. Next slide, please. The 7th one was Ethiopian line, that was Panthera leo roosevelti, that was northeastern Africa, and 8th subspecies by the Asiatic line, Panthera leo persica. Now, up to in the year 2016, the scientists worked on and the IUCN declared that on the basis of mitochondrial DNA, there are only 3 population of lions. That earlier 8 species were on the basis of physical appearances and male. So the morphological characteristic features named 8 subspecies, while the mitochondrial DNA derived that only 3 subpopulations of lions over the world. First was the African subpopulation of lions that is named Panthera leo, that covering West, Central, North Africa, and second one was the Southeast Africa Panthera leo melanochaeta. And the third one, Asiatic subspecies of lions Panthera leo persica, that is found West India, Gujarat in India. But recently, this classification is also changed, and presently on the basis of DNA sequencing or genomic DNA sequencing, only 2 subspecies have been identified, and these species, the Panthera leo and Panthera leo melanochaeta. So all the southwestern species, the African and Asian species, is named as Panthera leo, while the northeastern species of lion is called the Panthera leo melanochaeta. Next. Next, please. Now, I have to discuss the conservation status of Asiatic lion that is found in Gir forest of Gujarat. Earlier, the distribution of the Asiatic lion was from Persia to Palamu. The distribution range of Asiatic lion was the Persia to Palamu in Bihar. And gradual habitat loss and overhunting, up to 1884, no lions surviving outside of the Gir forest. The only Gir forest of Gujarat inhabited in the wild, the lions, and rest of the lions in outside of the Gir is completely disappeared. That time they cover in Saurashtra earlier, the different parts of Saurashtra, and by the turn of 19th century, the population got fragmented and ultimately restricted to the Gir forest. Next. Next slide, please. So Gir forest was, you can see, the only around 50 animals remained around 1880 in Gir forest, and the Nawab of Junagadh was known, this area was for a hunting ground, hunting reserve, hunting game of lions was there, and that time he converted the whole nation as a conservationist. So the strict regulations started, and the protection of Asiatic lion started. And before independence, the recovery of Asiatic lion was happened in Gir forest. So what happened? In the year, the 1st May 1996, the Bombay state bifurcated, and the Gujarat and Maharashtra states were originated. So that time, 1963, the Gujarat government, first they have enacted a law that is called Wild Animals and Wild Birds Protection Act 1963. And on the provisions of this act, in the year 1965, the Gir sanctuary has been declared under this act. Next. So, after declaration of Gir sanctuary in 1965, the lot of conservation measures started. So, total the 50 years of journey, that in 2015, that has completed 50 years of journey from declaring the sanctuary for Asiatic lion. So I have divided the whole presentation or my study in 5 decades, from 65 to 75, that wildlife management, decade 2, 75 to 85, habitat development, 85 to 95, forest protection, 95 to 2005, biodiversity conservation, and 2000 to 2015, that is ecotourism development. Next. So here we can see, next. So here we can see earlier the forest, Gir forest was managed under the working plan. There was no focus for wildlife, so that was the Acharya plan for 1952 to 72. But by that time, the declaration of the sanctuary, 1965, the focus shifted towards conservation of wildlife. So first population estimation was done in 1965, and that was visual counts through live weighting. So live weights, the cattle are given and the lions are attracted for that, and that live weight system, the visual counts of lions was counted or estimated, actual counts. So that time in 1968, the total lions were 177 lions were counted in Gir forest. And this lot many other interventional working, wildlife circle is created, ecological research is started, Gir Lion Sanctuary project was launched in 1972, and 2 divisions were Gir East and Gir West division were prepared, created. And that time, in that decade only, the second population estimation conducted in 1974, and that time recorded 180 lions, 168 to 180 lions, and 2% growth of lion population of previous estimation was recorded. Next. Now, that time, the 190 Maldhari families residing, the 845 families residing inside the Gir forest. And today also Maldharis with a lot of cattle, they are residing Gir forest. So slowly and slowly, for the development of forest, development of prairies, it was decided these Maldhari families should be shifted or resettled outside of the Gir sanctuary, so the dependence of lion on reared cattle shifted towards the wild prey. So that time, 1970 to 76, 190 family shifted outside of the forests. Sanctuary and the management was going so beautifully that from all the angles, and the government also cooperating like anything, and good management was observed. That time, the Indian Board of Wildlife and the Challenge Trophy award was given by the chairman of Indian Board of Wildlife for being the best managed sanctuary in the country in 1975-76. Slowly and slowly, the 1975, the total core area where the Maldhari have completely shifted, that area has been declared as national park in 1975, and still that area is a core of the Gir sanctuary, core area. And the major research work was conducted on different behavior of Asiatic lion, vultures, grazing impact, habitat improvements, all these things. Next. Decade 2 started 75 to 85 habitat development. Next. Here, the plan now changed from Acharya plan to Joshi's plan 1976 to 85, and was revision of the Acharya plan, and that completely changed the traditional approach of forest working to the technical wildlife management on the concept of biodiversity conservation and improvement of the habitat. That time, the sufficient previous was there, area was there, shelter is there. So all the conducive environment for enriching the population of lion was there. The study on status of crocodiles in Kamleshwar Dam was carried out by only 20 crocodiles were spotted in 1975. The first, how to involve the local people. So the around 300 villages on the periphery of the Gir forest. So our eminent wildlife manager, Dr. Shailendra Sinha, was the conservator of forest that time, and he done his PhD on the people's participation, and he started the education, nature education camp to all the stakeholders, all the villagers, all the school children, to inculcate the likings towards the nature, towards the lion conservation, towards the herbivores and whatnot. So they have created this starting in Gujarat, and today also we are continuing this campaign, and crores students, the children have attended this nature education camps, and they have diverted towards the nature conservation. Again, the core area was also increased to 258.7 square kilometer as the national park, and Maldharis continue to be resettled by 86-87. A total of 592 Maldhari families had been resettled by 87 itself. Next. Now initiative taken, now as the population of lions increasing, there is a thought, there is the alternative hope of Asiatic lion is required outside of the Gir. And that time, the 1979, the Barda Wildlife Sanctuary in Porbandar district of 192.31 square kilometer was notified and declared as second home of Asiatic lion. So anything happened and wiping out of this population, there was the urgent need to shift some of the population to other home also. So looking that technical and condition, that this sanctuary has been notified in Porbandar in 1979. The crocodile breeding center was established at Sasan, and that was the National Crocodile Conservation Project. Lion population estimation, the third lion population estimation carried out 1979 and recorded 205 lions, that was the 14% growth from previous estimates. So this is good going or good conservation efforts yielding the status and increasing of population of Asiatic lion, and that time still the lion was the critically endangered species. It was the red list category of critically endangered species. The Gir Nature Orientation Center was inaugurated in 1981 by Prime Minister of India, Srimati Indira Gandhi. And that time, what happened in 1982, the big cyclone occurred and around 20 lakh trees were uprooted in Gir forests. So lot of that work has been continued for 3-4 years for their clearing, uprooting, and habitat improvement like this. The third lion population estimation carried out 1985, and the 239 lions recorded and 17% growth from previous estimates. And until now, you can see the live weight system was the method of estimating the lion population. The third decade was 85 to 95, the forest protection, again, as the lot of devastation taking place due to the cyclone, and around 20 lakh trees have been uprooted. So again, the forest protection measures were started. Next. Here again, the stringent protection measure against the tree cutting and poaching. And as the number of Asiatic lion are increasing, and we were knowing what is the carrying capacity of the Gir Wildlife National Park and Sanctuary, and that population crossed 200. So the government has declared 2 more sanctuaries, Spania Wildlife Sanctuary and then Mityala Wildlife Sanctuary, as the lion already reached in that forest area. So again, the lion population estimation carried out in 1990 and recorded 284 lions, that by 19% growth from previous estimates. Here you can see here 284 lions, and it was estimated that the carrying capacity of Gir forest around 250 to 300. So at this time, the movement of lion started from outside of the Gir. So somehow some people, some thoughts are saying that the Maldharis were going out, some of the lions going behind their cattle. But it is not true, because a lot of prey is available in Gir forest. So in the search of the territory, they are going outside. So lion population, again, the estimation carried out 1995, that recorded 304 lions, that was the 7% growth from previous estimates. So this was in 1995, the Gir Sanctuary and National Park area is saturated, and lions are bound to move outside of the Gir forest, outside of the protected area. So there are 4 dams and 7 rivers. Big rivers are originating from Gir forest, and they are the lifeline of southern whole Saurashtra region. So one of the big river is Satrangi River. From Satrangi River, the natural corridor of lions, they started migration. So from Junagadh, Amreli, they have reached up to Bhavnagar in that corridor from the riverine and non-riverine pastoral lands available in Saurashtra, and they started settling outside of the Gir forest. Next. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Mr. Saab, Slide is not moving. Slide is not
मैसेज कर रहे
moving.
हैं
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. Okay. Now after that, we were thinking that the lion population is increasing, and again there is scope for habitat improvements. So lot of work you can see the invasive species, the Prosopis juliflora, Laltena, Senna and other species, the eradication work is carried out to settle the more lion inside the Gir forest. Next. So the decade 4 from 95 to 2005, lot of biodiversity conservation, ecosystem preservation, lot of work has been done, and the new management plan, the biodiversity conservation plan of Girwai, Singh and Kambos from 1996 to 2006 was implemented. So as per the requirement of the area, as per the requirement of the habitat improvement, as per the requirement of the management of Asiatic lion, time and again in every 10 years, we have changed the plan also. And so now is that decade when the saturation of Gir protected area, we have changed our strategy, and now we have coined the term Greater Gir. Gir and Greater Gir. So outside of all the forest, reserve forest, protected forest, grasslands, and the government wastelands, those areas wherever the lions were moving, that area we have taken as a Greater Gir region. So we have started managing the lion from outside of the forest area, and whatever riverine and non-riverine corridors are there, we have started managing those corridors also. And we have established around 140 eco-development committees. So a lot of local people engaged in the conservation of Asiatic lion, and we have taken the development work in their villages. And time now, the villages, around 300 villages, we have initiated a new scheme that is called Vanya Prani Mitra. So in every village, whatever the situation, what is the location, where lion is moving, is any lion animal conflict is there or wildlife conflict is there. So these Vanya Prani Mitras giving the information to the forest department to tackle the situation, any untoward situation outside of the forest area, outside of the Gir protected area. So we have eco-development project was implemented, eco-development committees constituted, and 11th lion population estimation 2001, lion population doubled since 1968, first estimation of lion that by 327 individuals and 8% growth from previous estimates. So all the time we have recorded the growth. It was never the negative growth. So that was the perfectly going the conservation measure. The line is spread in areas outside Gir National Park and Wildlife Sanctuary to Girnar Sanctuary, Pania Sanctuary, and Mithiala Sanctuary. So government had declared 3 more sanctuaries to accommodate the increased number of Asiatic lions, but they have inhabited outside of the forest protected area in pastoral lands or in government wastelands also. So 359 lions recorded 2005 population estimation, that was 10% growth from various previous estimates. Lot of research work, major research work were done, and the impact of tourism on Gir PA and the impact of livelihood practice of Maldharis on wildlife habitat, and lot many studies were carried out how the lions are moving outside of the Gir protected area. Next. Next one, please. That was the decade of ecotourism development, and you must be knowing in Gir, the Gir Wildlife Safari is in process. Devaliya Safari Park is opened, and then after another Ambadi Safari Park in Dhari areas is also started. A lot of global tourists were coming after the Amitabh Bachchan as appointed as a brand ambassador for the tourism in Gujarat. So that ecotourism has created a lot of pressure, and a lot of new hotels have been created, and that was completely a difficult time for the forest department, and a lot of litigation, a lot of problems were arised, and still the things are going on. But that time, one incident occurred in 2007. 7 lions were poached. The poaching of 7 Asiatic lions took place in 2007. Ultimately, the offenders, poachers, were identified, arrested, and they have convicted by the court of law. And that time government, Mr. Narendra Modi, by the CM here, he has personally visited, and he has taken a lot of innovative actions for the conservation of this area. And that time Gujarat State Lion Conservation Society has been constituted 2007, and total tourism money deposited in societies, and the forest officer, the chief conservator of forest, was authorized to utilize this money for any conservation measures. For what the government is not providing fund, you can utilize for further conservation of Asiatic lion. A new task force division was set up in 2008 that while looking after such incidents in whole greater Gir or Gir landscape. And all modern technologies, weapons, vehicles, infrastructure was created like anything. And one more was happening from the years, that sometimes lions or leopards just jumped into the well, fell in the open wells. A lot of open wells, because this is dry area, dry deciduous forest, dry areas. A lot of farmers are digging out the wells for irrigation. So there was not parapet wall, and new scheme was initiated, and say 2007-8, and around 17,000 open wells protected by the construction of the parapet wall. So that was also Gir PA network wildlife sanctuary again. That was also 2008. Next. Next, please. So that time one Bakarli project was also implemented, and 14th lion population estimation in 2015, that is after 50 years, there are 523 lions with growth rate of 27% of previous population estimate were estimated, and the spread was 22,000 square kilometer of 6 districts of Saurashtra region. So this 2015, after 50 years of the conservation, the population increased more than 500 lions. That was the cut mark for now. This time the IUCN has declared this critically endangered species to the endangered species. So we have reached one step from critically to endangered species, while the total population of the world is in the vulnerable position. And around in wild in other countries, the trend of the decreasing trend of the Asiatic lions, African lions, while the Asiatic trend is increasing of the population. So we have, or the state government, forest department and local people have succeeded in the conservation of Asiatic lion. And this is one of the global success story of conservation of big cats. So major research work done. Next. Next, please. The present status of network management. This is the over plant species recorded, 600 plant species. This is the area. And this area was, while in 1965, the more and more area increased as a protected area, and 2015, the 33% of the area increased as a protected forest for the conservation of whole ecosystem or the carnivores and herbivores. Next. Now this is the status of other fauna. The mammals are found 39 species, reptiles 37, more than 300 birds, more than 2000 varieties of insects. Man carnivores are Asiatic lion, jungle cat, jackal, civet, leopards, hyena, mongoose, rattle, etc. Next. Next. So you can also see when the population of carnivores is increasing, there is a need of management of herbivores also. For herbivores, population increase equally required for their prey, and for increasing the herbivores, the management of flora and grasslands are also important. So looking all these conditions, you can see the cheetal, sambar, nilgai, four-horned antelope, chinkara, wild boar, langur are main herbivores, and their population is also increasing from 60,000 to around 1,40,000 to 2015. So that is also continuously increasing. That is why the lions are preying on these herbivores, lions and leopards especially. Next. Next. This increase in crocodile population, that was in 1975, that was only 20, that has reached to 300 crocodiles inside the Gir forest, 4 major dams, and they have been counted in 2015, more than 300 crocodiles, blood crocodiles are there. Next. This is wildlife rescue. A lot of animals rescue is taking place, and year after year, the rescue of the animals is also started. And this rescue, especially the rescue operations of different, especially more of the leopards. Leopards are really creating problem and damaging the equilibrium between people and the forest department. Tourists, you can see the visiting of tourists from year 1,60,000 was in 2008-9. That has been reached to the 5,17,000, over 5,15,16. So this rush is increasing like anything, and this is really challenge and a big task for management of these tourists. Next. So this is the lion population spread. You can see earlier the lion was just restricted to this Gir Forest National Park and Sanctuary. Now today almost 7 or 8 districts of Saurashtra. So they are spreading like anything, and they are continuously spread. Let us see what happened in future. Next. Next, please. This is again show the landscape, lion population spread and their landscape in Gir. This is the Gir area and rest of the Saurashtra region. Next. Lion population growth, as I told you, from 1968, 177 lions were there and continuous increase, and 2015 that was 523. And as the lion population estimation carried out every 5 years, so that was due for 2020, but due to this COVID outbreak, that could not be completed. But the monthly Poonam Avlokan, that is full moon observation by the Forest Department, was analyzed, and that has been declared 674 lions in 2020. So again, the 28% increase of the previous estimation. So this is continuous increase of the Asiatic lion is taking place. Next. So this is the acknowledgement that the problem is problem with only leopards. Leopards is creating havoc, and lot of man-animal conflicts are taking place, and lot of casualties are also done by these leopards. But the people are always welcoming to the lion, but afraid from the leopard. So leopard is the challenge for us, and the Asiatic lion, wherever going in the new areas, the menace of the blue bull and wild boar is decreased. So the farmers are welcoming the lions, were only afraid from the leopards. So here is also in 2020, the Taute cyclone has damaged the Gir like anything, and around 25 lakh trees again uprooted this year, last year, and we are managing, doing all sorts of things, how to restore the habitat of Asiatic lions. So this is all about the journey of 50 years from the angle of Asiatic lion conservation. I have not touched upon the herbivores, leopard and other species, but focused on the Asiatic lion conservation, which is the global success story of big cat conservation. So thank you very much, and any questions and clarification is required, I'm here. Thank you very much.
वीडियो क्या दिखा रहा है? हेलो एपीसी साहब,
हाँ
क्या वीडियो फिर से दिखाना है?
हाँ बिल्कुल दिखाइए, बिल्कुल दिखाइए।
सर वीडियो ग्रुप में भी शेयर किए हैं।
हाँ कर दीजिए, नो इशू।
कर दिया,
किया है,
कर दिया है सर ग्रुप में।
हमारा एक सवाल है डॉक्टर साहब,
अभी वीडियो दिखा रहे हैं कि नहीं दिखा? वीडियो देख लीजिए, उसके बाद डिस्कस करते हैं।
आ रहा सर।
हाँ, वीडियो आफ्टर वीडियो वी विल डिस्कस। इट मस्ट बी लॉट मेनी क्वेरीज।
I have one.
वॉल्यूम नहीं आया।
साउंड सेटिंग में जाकर साउंड सेटिंग चेंज करना पड़ेगा लाउड स्पीकर के।
Singh Sahab, if I may suggest, let this video be created. Otherwise, we're again taking another 15 minutes.
No issue. It's only 7 minutes documentary. for the
No, the sound is not there. No, without the sound, it doesn't
yes.
make any sense.
Now we can start discussion.
Sir,
So I request co-chair to kindly, take up the discussion.
it's Keshav.
हेलो सर.
Yes.
हेलो सर.
Yes, sir.
हमने ग्रुप में शेयर कर दिया है, लोग देख सकते हैं अपने.
ठीक है.
ग्रुप में वीडियो शेयर कर दिया.
All right, no issue.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question. This thing. I have a little talk, small talk.
Yeah, most welcome.
I am Keshav, archaeologist, Dr. Singh sir. In a way, in the presence of leopards in the Gir forest, will it not be a supportive element for protecting the lion? So that the lions are well protected by these leopards themselves from poaching and also the encroachment of the forest land.
Yeah.
So leopards should not be blamed. You should be wary of the leopards, but not blaming the leopards to be the elements. These leopards will keep the human beings away from the forest. Is it not true?
Thank you very much, sir. I'm not blaming. I'm the manager. Actually, we respect all the creatures. We are protecting and conserving the whole ecosystem. But the problem of this species is very peculiar. They are having the plenty of prey base inside the Gir forest also, but they are just going in the peripheral place and the killing the boys, the animals, small animals, and people also at any time. So the unrest in the people taking place, whatever the respect for the Asiatic lion be lost due to these versatile species. Although there is no dearth of the prey base inside the forest, when you visit in the Gir forest, lot of prey base, lot of herbivores are there, but they are so different animals. Why they are reaching in far from the areas and villages, and they are creating lot of problem in the management. And you must be knowing that is not a single 1, 2, 3, 5 or 10 cases. We have created big leopard cases, the man-eater cases, and around 50 male or female we are keeping separate in the cases for whole life, and they have given the lifetime sentences for their crime when they man-eaters convert to the man-eaters. So we are facing the problem. We are getting the name from the Asiatic lion. We are getting defamed due to this creature. It's a beautiful creature, but lot of problem with this animal.
Were these leopards native of the place, or they were brought from elsewhere from the forest department?
No. They are part of that ecosystem.
They are part of the ecosystem.
Yeah.
It means its prey is not found there in plenty.
Plenty of prey is there. This is a very clever and versatile animal. If you study the behavior of this animal, this is a versatile species. They survive in all the environment, all habitats. So it is their wish. Yeah, that is why.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Anis Ahmed, sir, please go ahead. Sir, you are not audible. Anis Ahmed, sir, you are not audible. You are still not audible, sir.
Unmute kariye, sir. Please unmute yourself.
आपने अभी म्यूट किया सर. सर ने अभी म्यूट किया, पहले अनम्यूट ही था लेकिन हमको सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था.
अच्छा, अनम्यूट करेंगे तो सुनाई देगा. or any other discussion? Lot of
Singh Saab and the co-chairman, Dr. Utkarsha, if you may allow one question.
Yeah, sure,
Singh Saab,
sure.
Very good afternoon. I'm seeing you after a long time. The last time we met was in somewhere around 27th of July in 2018 at Gandhinagar. Over a breakfast table, I had some discussion with you when your forest department had come up with a mangrove conservation workshop.
Right.
आप शायद हमें भूल गए होंगे, लेकिन lovely to see you back and thank you for a very elaborate.
Thank you, Sanjay. I recollect.
सब मेरे दो सवाल थे. Both are related to one another. Going by your own admission that the current number of the Asiatic lion is put at 674, distributed in just about 30,000 square kilometers of the potential lion landscape.
Sir.
जिसकी वजह से, as you again said in your presentation, there is a lot of spillover happening. क्योंकि carrying capacity in the core area has already been violated or rather reached by all your. It's one of the most celebrated animal in the country. It's a motif. It's an iconic species, lovely conservation success story, but it has its negative side in the sense that there are increasing episodes of human-lion conflict all along the coastal, the extended line country, right? Going by your own presentation, right up to Bhavnagar. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि शेत्रुंजी कॉरिडोर से इनका मूवमेंट इतना बढ़ गया है अभी, तो taking this into account, I have two questions. One is, what do you do as the head of the forest department to mitigate the human Asiatic lion conflict, number one? And the second question, if you may please allow me, could be slightly touchy and sensitive, and I know that not many people want to actually answer that. But why is the entire system so bitterly contesting the Asiatic lion reintroduction in already the 6 identified sites from MP to Rajasthan to your own Jessore Bala Ambaji protected area in Gujarat? I'm sorry if I've asked a wrong question, but I thought as an academic I should, and I know Singh Saab is a very open person and he's willing to take any questions. Thank you, sir.
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है सर आपका. पहला क्वेश्चन तो मैं आपका जवाब दूंगा कि जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स है
जी सर,
that conflict not due to the lines. Again I'm saying conflict line, जहां हमारा line move कर रहा है, the farmers and all the people are welcoming it.
जी सर.
Because the around 35% of the blue whale and wild boar menace is reduced in that area, so they are cultivating their field very leisurely without any problem and they celebrate it. अब जो आपका जो प्रॉब्लम है वो प्रॉब्लम कहां से है, जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है वो कहां से आ रहा है? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो मैंने बताया, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है हमारा टूरिस्ट बहुत बढ़ रहा है.
जी सर. जो
टूरिस्ट बढ़ रहा है वो हमारे 3 साइट हैं लीगल साइट्स, इको टूरिज्म साइट्स. वहां अगर जाते हैं तो उसकी अपनी कैरी कैपेसिटी है कि कितने जा सकते हैं. एक दिन में 200-300 से ज्यादा नहीं जा सकते.
सही बात.
लेकिन 500-1000 जाते हैं तो क्या करते हैं, वो सब बाईपास निकालते हैं. कहीं मंदिर के बहाने जाएंगे, कहीं कुछ जाएंगे, कहीं लोकल लोग हैं उनके रिश्तेदार के बहाने जाएंगे, कहीं उनके दोस्त मित्र हैं उनके रिश्तेदार के बहाने जाएंगे. और वेयर एवर द लाइन्स आर लोकेटेड, तो वो इलीगली, जिसको हम इलीगल लाइन शो कहते हैं, वो दिखाने की प्रयत्न करते हैं और उनसे उनकी सेटलिंग होती है कि हम इतने पैसे आप दीजिए, हम आपको लाइन दिखा देंगे. तो वहां जो नेचर लवर्स हैं और जो अर्नर फ्रॉम द नेचर, वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट आज हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज हमको बढ़ रहा है, क्योंकि those lines are outside of the protected area. They are in their pastoral land, they are in their fields, they are in the riverine areas, but they are virtually not in the complete control of the forest department. And we, as I told, we have hired around more than 300 to 400 Vanya-Prani Mitras to support all these activities to the forest department, because every beat guard is unable to reach in each and every village or every site. Absolutely. So somehow some people, some Vanya-Prani Mitras or trackers, they are supporting to the forest department and some are supporting to the illegal activities also. So this is the biggest challenge of today. पहला क्वेश्चन अगर आपको कन्विंस हो तो अच्छी बात।
जी सर।
दूसरी बात यह है जो मैं बहुत आपको, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक केस चला है सब, एक तो मैंने बताया कि हमने खुद ही अपना जो बर्डा वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पोरबंदर में वी हैव डिक्लेयर्ड एज ए सेकंड होम ऑफ एशियाटिक लायन इन 1979, और 85 में WII के साइंटिस्ट ने स्टडी की कि आपके 35 लायंस यहाँ इनहेबिट कर सकते हैं बर्डा LH लैंडस्केप, जहां 100 साल पहले लायन विचरण करते थे, लायन वहां थे, लेकिन वहां हमने जीन पूल सेंटर एस्टेब्लिश किए हैं और उसकी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ा रहे हैं और स्लोली स्लोली हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। लेकिन जो अदर एरियाज हैं, जैसे अपने मध्य प्रदेश की बात करें या दूसरी बात करें, वो समहाउ लिटिगेशन में है, वो नहीं हो पाया है और अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन अगर मेरा लेक्चर का पार्ट देखें तो अभी जो रिसेंट डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, now IUCN declared only 2 species of Asiatic lion, that is Panthera leo and Panthera leo melanochyta. So the Panthera leo African lion था, अब Asiatic lion is no more the Panthera leo persica, it is also included in that Panthera leo. So अगर देखें टेक्निकली आज की तारीख में देखें तो पैंथेरा लियो पर्सिका और एशियाटिक लाइन इज नॉट एग्जिस्ट टेक्निकली। तो अब हमको या किसी भी साइट को एशिया जो अफ्रीकन लाइन लेने में देयर इज नो इशू एट ऑल। 36 countries are having the lion in African country and they are sharing like anything. Lot many other our Jews are having lot of population of African lions. लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश ने तो अभी उसको दूसरी तरह से दूसरी स्पीसीज को वहां इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं और कुछ चल रहा है। चीता की बात हो रही है, चीता को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि वो बहुत इंटरेस्टेड हैं, लेकिन समहाउ ये जो इशू था बहुत डाइल्यूट हो गया है, लेकिन समहाउ हो नहीं पाया। हम लोगों का भी बहुत बड़ा इसमें ये था कि वहां लाइन सर्वाइव करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि दैट इज डेंस फॉरेस्ट and that is a habitat of tiger and tiger is spotted of that area also, or real tigers were there. And क्या होता है जो मैंने अपने लेक्चर में भी नहीं बताया कि हम लोग अपना बोस्ट कर रहे हैं कि ग्लोबल सक्सेस स्टोरी है, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल लोगों का जो सपोर्ट है, अगर आप कहेंगे कि पूरे इंडिया में पूरे एशिया में लाइन खत्म हो गए तो गिर में ही क्यों बचे? इसका बहुत बड़ा रीजन है कि यहाँ के लोग वेजिटेरियन हैं, वो नॉन वेज नहीं, इससे उनका जो प्रेवेश था वो गिर फॉरेस्ट में कभी खत्म नहीं हुआ। बाकी एरिया में सब खा पी के बराबर कर दिया, उनको कुछ बचा ही नहीं। तो उसकी वजह से वो प्रेवेश बचने की वजह से ये पॉपुलेशन वहां बची और कोऑपरेशन ऑफ द लोकल पीपल। आज मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे सकता हूँ, यहाँ के लोग जो हैं 40,000 50,000 की गाय भैंस ये मार देता है लाइन, तो वो उनको कोई चिंता नहीं है। जो कंपेंसेशन सरकार के वो ले लेते हैं, उसमें से कुछ लोग तो ऐसे हैं कि वो भी नहीं लेते कि भाई ये उसकी भाग्य का था, उसका प्रे था, वो भूखा था, उसने खा लिया, वी हैव नो प्रॉब्लम। एंड कितने वहाँ स्ट्रे कैटल्स हैं, आप जानते हैं पूरा सौराष्ट्र, भगवान श्री कृष्ण भी वहीं अपने गाय लेके आए। हाँ, इतने ज्यादा प्रे है उसका, तो उस पर भी जो बाहर काम करते हैं। लेकिन मैं टेक्निकली आपको सबसे बड़ा जो हमारा कंसर्न है मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, सभी एक्सपर्ट्स हैं कि स्लोली एंड स्लोली जो लाइन बाहर आ रहे हैं वो अपनी मेहनत से प्रे करके जो प्रे बेस से जो सरवाइव करते थे, आज वो इजी प्रे स्ट्रे कैटल वगैरह पर जो प्रे करते हैं, their next generation behavior of hunting the cattle, hunting the herbivores is getting down and their behavior is changing. ये हमको जो वाइल्डरनेस उनका रहना चाहिए, उनके जो बिहेवियर है, उनको हंटिंग प्रैक्टिस है, उसको कैसे ओपन करना है, कैसे ईट खाना करना है, उसकी मदर कैसे करती है, उसका जो मेल है वो किस तरह से अपने प्राइड को कंट्रोल करता है, ये सारी चीजें टेक्निकली आज हमें बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है जो विजिबल नहीं है। ये हम लोग रियलाइज करते हैं, बाकी लोग तो लाइन देख के खुश हो जाते हैं और प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते हैं।
बहुत
इंटरनल इश्यूज है मैनेजमेंट के।
Thank you, Singh Saab. I think your answer reflects your experience and your expertise. Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Anis sir, would you like to? Still, sir, you're not audible. Can you please check the connection of your headphones? No, it's not. You're not audible. Could you please put on the chat box, in the chat box, your question? Sir, you are not audible at all. Okay.
He says it's okay.
Dr. Manisha,
any more questions?
No.
I can. Unfortunately, I could not. But I know Dr. Singh. We worked together. Yes. So it's quite there are issues like in northwest of India we have lions, and then northeast and southern part of India we have tigers.
Yes.
The very best conservation practices having lot of hurdles with a multi-stakeholder approach is difficult, but we have succeeded in Gujarat, and this is one of the best practices we should document, and that should apply to other cat family members, because many of the things which in India we are doing and we are coming out with best practices, spending lot of time, energy and money, it is not properly, of course it has to be properly documented and best practices. I know as you are with Gir Foundation also that you are doing. Gujarat is one of the states where documentation is happening just like that. Sorry, from the days of our common friend Mr. H.S. Singh, former PCCF, to present day, all the institutions, Guide, Gir and Gujarat Ecology Foundation, lot of documentation has done, and that has to be kind of reflected to international organizations like IUCN, CITES and all, so that they can take a leaf from our side as we are taking leaves from them. This is high time, because it is the UN decade on restoration. We need to concentrate more on this. Thank you very much, Singh ji.
But here I was remained 4 years as a chief conservator of Forest Wildlife Circle, Junagadh, and I have looked upon and worked upon there. And that time I have published 3 research papers. They are published in International Journal. That has been also shared to Dr. Misra. So if anybody required, that would also be available. But one more thing, that Gujarat, this portion, Saurashtra region, we are having dry deciduous forest. But in eastern and southern side, we are having very rich forest. That is the most deciduous forest. But there also we are having the tigers. And 85, the tiger disappeared from the Gujarat, and the boundaries of Maharashtra and Rajasthan are also having the tigers today. But there is very beautiful forests are there, but due to the prey-based limitations, we have lost the tiger. So only the prey-based for the carnivores is the factor for their appearance, disappearance or conservation. So we have somehow managed the prey-based in Gir forest, but unable to manage the prey-based in our other part of the good forest. We lost the tiger. So this is also one of the story of Gujarat. We are not having tiger. Otherwise, that time we were having all the cats in the Gujarat state, and we were having the cheetahs also. We were having the elephants also in Gujarat. So we have lost many things also, but able to conserve this charismatic species. So we are very happy for that contribution. Thank you.
In fact, you worked on mangroves also. And when I was working on Gita project, there is a good amount of adaptability of the species also. Like, because you have done lot of coastal restoration through prosopis and other species, and deers are coming and eating the fruits, which is, the prey base is kind of increased, and also the in the web chain, food chain also, another species is getting added. This is one of the climate adaptability that is happening, I think. So there are a lot of case studies that we need to work on, and lots of observations also needed. Thank you.
One more important thing that I would is not concluded. Why that lions are conserved in Gir forest only? Because somehow the temperature of the area for this species is also very important. Nobody worked out on this issue. Or it may be the extinction of the lions from other ranges. It may be a reason of temperature fluctuations also. So the Gir is surrounded by sea from three sides. So the temperature remains around 35, and so 35 and 40. If the temperature increases by 45, then it's very difficult for the Asiatic lions. So this is one of the very important factor that lions moving toward the coastal area also, and they are found near the sea area also. So somehow nobody has worked on it, the factors of the temperature there. So I thought जो मुझे समझ में आता है कहीं से कंजर्वेशन है, वहाँ का टेम्परेचर जो है उसने भी बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा किया होगा इसमें.
Yeah, one last observation. 1 minute. Actually, since what you said is exactly correct, like in the sense, I worked on plants, not much on the animals, but when we were doing ethnobotany studies, the active principle responsible for the therapeutic value of a disease claimed by the tribals is, proportional to the agroclimatic region of any species. That is what we call ecological niche. So only when that altitude and some friends for the plants are there, then only it will produce that particular active principle, whether it is alkaloid or saponin or something like that. So exactly for all the any living organisms, for elephants or for tigers or lions, it is that particular ecological niche that kind of determines its territory, I think. So you all know actually. So
I'm
thank you.
also
It is going
botanist.
on like anything.
I'm also botanist and my PhD in medicinal plants only. I was the director of Ayush for 5 years in Gujarat. Ayush director, work as a Ayush director for 5 years, and this medicinal plant board 5 years, then biodiversity board 4 years. So I have worked all these things. As you were talking about the mangroves, mangrove is very good, but must be knowing that the Gujarat is having inland mangroves. They are away from 100 kilometers from the sea, and I have published the paper on the Shravan Kavadiya inland mangroves, and the one more site that we have identified as the biodiversity heritage site for declaration. So I have also lot of work has been done in the last 31 years. I'm from 90 batch of IFS. From last 31 years, I have also worked in different capacities, and whole Gujarat, a whole sector, I have worked in all these areas. Thank you.
So nice.
Ultimately,
I think
it turns out to be Gir lion, adaptive variations, adaptability, various ecological fields.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Utkarsa.
Yeah, I'm there. Dr. AP Singh started with his lecture with the description of the species, where he first described it in 8 different species. Then later on, he described those were according to the mitochondrial DNA, there were only 3 species, and now the latest version is that there are only 2 species of lions. So it was very much what I should say, surprising for all of us. I don't know about others, but it was definitely surprising for me to know that there are only 2 species of lions as of now declared by IUCN. And then he gradually switched over to how the lion population increased during each decade. That was a very smooth transition of his lecture across the 50 years through his the talk. And then afterwards, he also said that the lions have been spreading themselves beyond Gir sanctuary. It's very good, but still it is kind of that it is pride of Gujarat, and it is the way Dr. Manoj also said, it was really very good to know that there are studies going on why it didn't survive anywhere else also. So it was a very nice talk, and over to Kori sir, please.
Kori sir, Dr. B.S. Kori sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, and my co-chair, Asya, for bringing up the discussions and summing up the talk. I think it was a very interesting presentation. We thank you, Dr. Singh. From your presentation, we got to know about your experience, and you're speaking from experience, and that was a great presentation. Thank you. And I hand over to Dr.
Thank you, sir, Chairman, sir, Madam, Utkarsh, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers. And whenever Gujarat, you are most welcome to come down to Gujarat anytime. My number is there. So you are welcome to the Gir. You are welcome to the Gujarat all the time. Thank you.
I will give you address.
Yes.
हेलो धन्यवाद सर, सभी को धन्यवाद. थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, sir. Now next session, chairperson Dr. K.M. Suresh, retired professor and director museum, Kannada University, Hampivel, Ranaya, Karnataka, means Hampi University, and lead speaker Sri T.M. Kesava, superintending archaeologist, Bangalore, Karnataka. Formerly superintending archaeologist, Bangalore, Karnataka. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And I am requesting to Dr. K.M. Suresh, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Sri T.M. Kesava. Dr. K.M. Suresh, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, speaking.
Welcome, sir.
I am Dr. Suresh from Hampi. Is it audible? Is it audible?
Yes, I think everybody other than the speaker should kindly mute themselves. There are too many people with mics.
Ansari ji, you have to mute your speaker. Ansari ji. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is it audible now?
Yes, please.
I am Dr. Suresh from Hampi. I worked in the Archaeological Survey of India for 20 years. Then after my doctorate, I left ASI and joined in the university as a professor and director museum. Now I am inviting one of my close friend and scholar and an archaeologist Dr. T.M. Keshava, who is expert on Hampi, Halebeed, and even on Chalukyas of Badami. So I will request my friend to speak on the Hampi. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh.
Yes.
I will be presenting my PowerPoint presentation on Hampi. It is not that I am going to show you something highly extraordinary, but since I find people from the Department of Forest, people from other walks of life speaking on the various rich cultural scenery with their subjects, I would like to introduce Hampi to the people as a common man, as an archaeologist, and as a little bit historian. I will not be dwelling on the political history of the Vijayanagara dynasty. However, let me tell that Yendro Mahanubhavulu Andariki Vandanam. My salutations to all the scholars in various walks of life who have assembled here, and Dr. K.M. Suresh is a good friend of mine, a guide, a mentor in mythology. If I am what I am today, as he has described, it is due to elderly people like him. So I would like to present, I don't know, here there are arrows. If I press the arrow, I hope I will present my PowerPoint presentation. Let me know if it is on the air. A window, should I present it through the entire screen, or you would like to have it through a window?
No, as you please.
Entire screen.
Now, I am presenting it. Has it come? On your screen?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, 1 second, please. I will have to share. It is share. 1 second. I am unable to cancel. And now you are present a window. Share an application window. Oh my goodness.
Namaste, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, name screen the lay. Okay, ಬಂದಿದೆ. Presentation ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. Thank you.
Presenting. Okay. Has it come?
Please click on PPT.
PPT, yeah. Has it come? Sir?
No, not yet.
Present.
I think you are sharing entire screen, but you have to share only that particular window.
Yeah, I am trying to. 1 second.
Yeah, don't hurry. You do it peacefully, so it will.
I have adjusted a bit. Your present, your attached screen, a window. I think I have come now. Have I?
Yes, you are coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Now it is.
Is it clear?
Please proceed.
Yes, it is clear.
Click on. In the bottom, you have something like a TV. You click on that, it will come full. Yes.
Has it come? Am I on?
But it is.
I did as you.
Yeah, but still it has not come. But I think it is visible.
Yes.
How others feel, I don't know.
You can slightly increase it, sir. It's on 75%. You can change it to 90% on the lower bar.
Yeah. Here it is.
Near plus or minus?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, it does
Keshav,
not
sir,
happen. Dr. Manoj, it does not happen that way.
No, let him try.
Even if it gets zoomed, then.
Now, Utkarsha, let us not bog him down with too many instructions. Keshava, sir, do as you please.
Yeah, I will definitely. 1 second. Is it on?
Yes, it is on.
Yes, yes, we can see it very clearly.
We can see. That is fine. You can go ahead.
I may not be in a position to see you. After lecture, I'll get back to you. Is it okay with you?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, we can all see you.
You can see me. Okay. I cannot see you, however, let me tell. Now, well, you are into altogether totally a different subject. And my good wishes for Happy New Year and good afternoon to all you people. There is an Adagi in Telugu, there is a Kirtana in Telugu, Yandaro Mohanu Bhavulu Andariki Vadanamu. My salutations to everyone of you as the scholars of repute in your field. Now, as an archaeologist, what I saw is that as the sun rolled down or he awoke at east at Hampi, a valley of temples, a valley of myriad dike formations, a valley where the souls breathe, a valley where the light play on the rocks, a valley known for animated rocks. You find yourself exposed into a marvelous architectural expression of human as well as nature. When we have to know about it, before that, we have to have our salutations to Sri Virupaksha, the tutelary deity who rules the entire space there, as he is described to have performed penance on one of the hills here called Ratnakuta and Hemakuta. As it is the Kashi in the north, here this place is also identified as Dakshina Kashi. And here we find Sri Virupaksha, the aspect of Shiva, on the banks of river Tungabhadra. And it is none other than the place ancient Kishkinda. It is not only humans of the late phase or medieval phase or the early historic phase. We find prehistoric men also playing their role in the development of art and culture in the place. Here is one particular such rock shelter which has the paintings, and the paintings can be seen down in red ochre. Here is a group of dancers who are celebrating an occasion for festivities, here recorded in red ochre. And such rock shelters are plenty in this swarm of dikes, granitoid hillocks in and around Hampi, a place in the present Vijayanagara district, Vijayanagara Hospatana, near to the various many hillocks which are connected with Ramayana fame, the Kishkinda of Ramayana. With a strong traditional connection as Kishkinda of Ramayana, and as the abode of Shiva Girija, the site flourished periodically with astonishing socio-cultural traditions. It also had glimpses of Buddhism as evidenced by the rock edicts of the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka at Udayagulam and Nittur nearby, and also sculptured Buddhist panels, fragments of Thaba and an Ayaka pillar, which were found and formed into a Shivlinga, were found at the royal enclosure during the excavations conducted by Archaeological Survey of India. Now, here we find...
I think you have to move the slides, please.
I am moving.
It's not moving.
It is not moving?
It's not moving for me. I don't know about others. Huh?
No, it is not moving, and exactly that was the case. That is why I said let it be in this mode, not to go in presentation mode.
Okay. Now, well,
okay.
Now moving.
Now moving.
It's moving now. Like you will have to click each picture. Yes.
Now we have got it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this place was Kishkinda of Ramayana, and it is the abode of Shiva Girija, wherein they have performed austerities. And it is the painting we find at the Virupaksha Temple in the Ranga Mandapa, wherein Shiva and Girija are shown married to each other. And here, a galaxy of mighty rulers. This place, as I said earlier, had a history of right from the 7th century. And we have great many rulers ruling the place, like the Chalukyas of Badami, Rashtrakutas, Kalyana, Chalukya, Hoysala, and this was a pilgrimage center until Sage Vidyaranya directed twin brothers Sakta and Bukka to play a vital role in establishing a kingdom in the region, a principality in the region, and we find a medieval metropolis of Vijayanagara was established between 1336 to 1565. And here we find the metropolis witnesses an astonishing array of defense, religious, and civic architecture. Elaborate, tall, and tireless circles of cyclopean fort walls enclose many structural compositions, both citadels as well as secular religious constructions, which are of astonishing variety. Here, these group of monuments, which were found and to be a larger part of an empire or a city, great city, Vijayanagara, it was declared as protected in 1903 by the then British Archaeological Survey of India. It has an area, now it has been declared as World Heritage Site in the year 1986. Now this World Heritage Site has an area, core area of 41.8 square kilometers, and it has a buffer zone of 194.2 square kilometers, and it has a large area of its occupation. It is rightly pointed out, it was pointed out that it was larger than Rome. And this particular place, this Hampi, as it is called Pampa, the Pampa is the river Tungabhadra, and it has become corrupted into Hampi. And we have the ruins of Hampi have mesmerizing valleys, and it has got a fascinating environment wherein mega temple complexes, myriad number of shrines reflecting both Shaiva and Vaishnava sects, with a small percentage of Jaina as well, spread all over the 41 square kilometers. There are large temple complexes, as we see. Then we have got riverside. There are gateways and arches of excellent nature and colossal spires trying to weigh or measure the limits of the sky. Then we have amongst them some popular complexes. And here is, especially you can see the largeness of a complex. Here I have shown one photograph of Vitala Temple complex. See the largeness of it. And the entire complex could be photographed from the top of a hillock, that is Matanga, as Anjanadri, the place of Hanuman. It is to be noted that this particular area has many hillocks revolving around the geomorphology that are described in the Kishkinda Kanda, and it is the ancient Kishkinda. As true to that description of narrative of Ramayana, we have Anjanadri, the birthplace of Hanuman. We have Malavanta Raghunatha, where Sri Rama spent his rainy season. There is a place. And we have Matanga Hillock, the ashram of Matanga Muni. We have Rishyamukha Hillock, where the jewelry of Sita were retrieved by the Vanara Veeras. And we have the Gandhamadana mountain. Likewise, all the hillocks in and around the place are nomenclatured with Ramayana with the expressions of Ramayana. Now, interestingly, we have large temple complexes. The wide part of the temple has been constructed in the wider part of the valley, and the narrow part of the valley, here is the Matanga Hillock. The narrow part of the valley, this is Rishyamukha Hillock. The narrow part of the valley has the bazaar or the famous marketplace of the Vijayanagara times. Here is Achyutaraya Temple with its bazaar shown around, and we have the Vittala Temple complex with its another temple here of Vishnu. Here it is known as Old Shiva Temple with its independent bazaars here. We have thus large temple complexes having the wider part of the valley, the large temple structures, and the narrow part of the valley having the Bazar Mandapas. And we have, it is a capital city and it is a metropolis. It is metropolis in granite. Locally available rock material, quartzo feldspatic granitoid schist granite, was harnessed for defense, religious, secular architecture. And we find here the royal enclosure area, the royal residence of Krishna Devaraya, the royal residence of Veera Harihara, all shown here enclosed by cyclopean walls, well protected. This is the secular structural complex, and here we have the temple, massive temple structural complex over here. We have such an intense site with its varied architectural manifestation. It's but natural to find that it is well deserved position of World Heritage Site declared by the UNESCO in the year 1986. Conserving them in all their aesthetics and as per the norms laid down from the time to time by the UNESCO, and extending their longevity by using the same material used at the time of construction was indeed a challenging gap at this particular World Heritage Site. Now, what is the statement of significance of this World Heritage Committee? The austere, grandiose site of Hampi was the lost capital of the great Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagara. Its fabulous, rich princesses built Dravidian temples and palaces which won the admiration of the travelers between the 14th and 16th centuries, conquered by the Deccan Muslim Confederacy in 1565. The city was pillaged over a period of 6 months before being abandoned, imposing monumental vestiges partially disengaged and reclaimed today make Hampi one of the most seizing ruins of the world. Archaeological Survey of India has been protecting, conserving, and aesthetically developing as many as 59 monuments and is carrying out requisite conservation works since 1976 and has successfully arrested further damages and decay of the major monuments. Here is one such example. The Mahadwara of Krishna Temple was covered by props. The whole Mahadwara was covered by masonry props, and it has been removed and properly conserved, and the entrance cleared so that people can go in and visit the monument. This is the fascinating entrance, great entrance of the Krishna Temple, which was caused in the year 1513 to commemorate the victory of Sri Krishna Devaraya over Kalinga. And the temple has a sanctum, a large Sabha Mandapa, a Mahamandapa, and all of there, a large Sabha Mandapa, and with a pavilion in front, a Mandapa to front, with the entrance, it is in Panchayatana style. So one of the shrines of the Panchayatana concept is seen here. And we find that this particular large temple was caused in 1513 to commemorate the conquering of Odisha, Kalinga. How to say, how is there evidence of recent during my explorations in the year 2017, I came across one sculpture in the Rishyamukha pillar, wherein it is on the one of the cliffs, rock formations at the Rishyamukha pillar, wherein the Jagannatha of Puri is sculpted here in this particular form. A paper has been read by me. So this is the Jagannatha of Hampi. It is the important sculpture that attests that the actually a battle was there and Kalinga was conquered, and in commemoration, in addition to the Krishna, to house the Krishna brought from Kalinga, the people also had come as assistants to the beautiful queen of Krishna, duly acquired queen, and we have a interesting sculpture of Jagannatha of Puri sculpted at Hampi. It is since 35 years we are going around. We are as officials, we are scholars going around this particular ruins of Hampi. It has got so much to offer. Here we find that we had this particular sculpture, we had missed this sculpture for the past 35 years. And we have mythical landscape, we have sacred centers of beautiful temple complexes, especially in usage and worship, and we have the urban core, the gateways, all excellent expressions of architecture of different types. Monoliths are not wanting. Plenty of monoliths are seen here, especially the sculptures of Hanuman are available in plenty. However, awe-inspiring monoliths in Sasvekalu Ganesha, and Lakshmi Narasimha of 1528 AD is quite interesting, which are monoliths of excellence. And we have, as I said earlier, we have a temple right immersed in traditional sanctity, religious sanctity, right from 7th century AD. That is Virupaksha Temple, known for its tall spire and a lengthy bazaar marketplace to front. This particular Virupaksha Temple has a sanctum, a Sabha Mandapa, a tall spire at the east, that is Gopura, and we have a large bazaar in front. And it has, as I showed you earlier, the painting of Shiva Girija, marriage of Shiva Girija, and it has got many substrates all around. However, there are some early temples also. And here is some early temples which are built around the northern side using a lake called Manmatha Honda. These are early temples of 12th century built in that area. Similarly, this is the Virupaksha Bazaar. You can see it is 1 kilometer of length, and you can see at the distance the eastern entrance, and it is the access to the another famous temple of Achita Bazar. And here is the Utsava Mandapa of the Virupaksha Bazaar. And these are the marketplaces. This is the Bazar Mandapas. Each square accommodated a market, a business, trade and commerce activities, the whole length and width. Other than being the market for the precious materials, some of them run school also in this same area. Here is Mandapa, two-tied Mandapa, which encloses a bull, the Virupaksha at the farthest eastern corner. We have simple to complex, simply putting pillars, piling pillars, one above the other, with a passage, central passage, would create a gateway. Putting two stones in square or rectangular configuration would provide a shrine. From simplest structure to most complicated structures with massive piles was also the hallmark of Vijayanagara architecture. Dravida Vimana style of architecture is to be seen here. And here is one view from the Kalyana Mandapa. From the Kalyana Mandapa, we can see the earliest structures of Vijayanagara period on Hemakuta hillocks with Kadamba Nagara Shikhara units. In a unique way, earliest period, the 12th century, 10th to 12th century, we have this type of, 13th century, we have this type of structural activity in the vicinity, that is on Hemakuta. For example, a close-up of a Trikutachala here, which has got 3 shrines opening into a common mandapa with a porch, which is Kadamba Nagara Shikhara composition. And here we have one of the earliest Jaina temples. It is a Ganagiti Jaina temple. On the way to Vitala Temple complex from Kamapur village, we get the simplest structure, the Prastara carrying the deities of the Tirthankara, and it has got a large hall with a sanctum and with a Dwara Mandapa with a Manastambha to front. And we have got many gateways. One of the gateways on way to Vitala Temple complex is this Talarigata Gateway, which even today is functional, as you see here. And it is the gateway. As people come from Anegundi, they have to pass through this gateway to enter into the eastern entrance of the citadel area. And with this, we have got many structural complexes, as I said earlier. Vitala Temple complex had a beginning right from 1422 to 46, and later on we find many structures were added during the time of Krishnadeva, wherein the southern, east, north and south massive Gopura entrances were built by Tirumala Devi and Chinna Devi, the queens of Krishnadeva in the year 1513 AD. And at the same time, during the period of Achyuta Devaraya, Raghavappa Nayaka, son of Putti Timappa Nayaka, he gets the finials of the Gopuras gilded, gold gilded, as per the records we find. Here is this Vitala Temple complex from an aerial view, partial aerial view. This is the Garbhagriha region. This has got a Mahamandapa region. This is a Lord Sabha Mandapa. This is a Utsava Mandapa, Yaga Mandapa, the southern entrance, eastern entrance, with interesting, very interesting Kalyana Mandapa and stone chariot, the most famous edifice of Hampi. This is another view. Here in the background, we find the Rishyamukha hillocks. And this is another view from the top of Masalayana Gudda, an interesting hillock which has got proto-historic remains and rock paintings. Here is this Vitala Temple complex, the Sabha Mandapa, stone chariot, the various other mandapa, including the Tulasi Brindavana, are seen here. Here we have the stucco sculptural representations in Shikhara, for which the Vijayanagara artists were also known. And we have got the Sabha Mandapa. We have got this Kalyana Mandapa of the Vitala Temple complex, and the Sabha Mandapa. This is the Sabha Mandapa, and you can see small slender pillars. These are all the pillars which produced musical note when struck with hand. This is the most unique identification of Hampi, the stone chariot, the wheels set in the axles once used to rotate, which has been fixed, and it has got the miniature shrine model. It is Garuda Mantapa in actual. Later, the elephants are the sculptures of horse. Earlier, it was the sculptures of horse, which is not there now, mutilated, in front of which the Britishers have introduced this particular sculpture of elephant. This is painted also, but however, during the Latur earthquake, this particular stone chariot architecture is structural, not monolithic. It had developed many cracks, which were stitched very intelligently by the experts of Archaeological Survey of India and strengthened once again. And this is the Lokapavani, the sacred tank of the Vitala Bazaar, which is the Vitala Bazaar of the Vitala Temple complex. And the processional deity would be placed in this Utsava Mandapa and taken to this particular mandapa inside the water at the center, and this is the largest and most deepest water tank available at present in the complex. And we have got another temple known as Achyutaraya Temple, known for its extensive architectural manifestations of double enclosure wall. This is the Matanga Hillock, and we have a large bazaar. It was caused around 1538, and we have excellent expression of double enclosure wall with its gateways. And here is this entire Achyutaraya temple, the main temple with a Devi shrine over here, with a Sabha Mandapa and the imitation of stone chariot with an entrance, double entrance at east. This leads to 1530 to 1542 was the date of construction. It is known also as Achyutaraya or Tiruvangalaraya temple here. And each location, each large temple complex and its location would be identified by the name of its bazaar. So here is in front of Krishna Temple, you would get Krishna Bazaar. In front of Vitala Temple, you will get Vitala Bazaar. In front of Achyutaraya Temple, you will get Achyuta Bazaar. And these are also named like Krishnapura, Venkatapura, Achyutapura, like that. Also, they giving the name of the extension. Here is Achyuta Temple, Bazar Achyutaraya Temple, known as Achyuta Bazaar. The most interesting aspect is, while we were conserving this particular Bazar Mandapas, we got evidences of traders, especially jewel makers, ornament makers, having their shops here. And this is institutionally known as this bazaar, also the bazaar market for Ganika strays, courtesan women. So as such, while we were considering the plinth portion, dismantling, restoring the plinth and putting back the pillars in position, while doing that work, we got a jeweler's box, a jewel maker's box in situ. He had placed below the stone where he sits, and this particular box, when opened, exposed after the cloth that was removed, plenty of pearls, corals, gems, pieces of gold, and ornaments. These particular coins were retrieved from the same Bazar Mandapa further north. And when we study closely, we found two ornaments from the northern end of the bazaar. One is a beautiful golden bee with gem-studded golden bee, opal. Then we have got the red stone, the blue stone for the eyes. And here we have a ear ornament, beautiful ear ornament with God Lakshmi in the center, Chaturabhuja Lakshmi, bifacial. On both the sides, the same type of carving of Lakshmi you would get to see. And here is this Lakshmi pendant. Chaturabhuja goddess Lakshmi is surrounded by lotus, half-blossom lotus flowers with a circlet of stylized peacocks bordered by beaded decoration. At the periphery is a string of 25 ringlets, which perhaps had string of beads, ringlets which had perhaps pearls in its tiny pearls. And here is the most precious object. Now it is presently in Kolhapur Museum, Archaeological Museum, Kolhapur of the ASI. One of the unique, first of its kind in India, strung with pearls. This being nestled in the bosom of a beautiful woman, perhaps a courtesan, and it was one of the most precious objects of love given by the person to the one whom he loved. Precious because of its gem-studded, very artistically created. The legs are converted into hooks to which the pearls were strung, and opal is there, beautiful ruby is there, the blue stone amethyst is there, excellent ornamentation. So we find this bazaar Achyuta Bazaar, also known for having a shallow tank wherein you can wade into the tank with a floor laid in granite and a central mandapa for the deity Tiruvangalanatha of Utsava deity, wherein the women of the courtesan women of the Achyuta Bazaar would wade through in the water to reach the mandapa. At any given time, the water would not cross the limits of waist. That was the level was maintained as there was a small opening to monitor the sluice gate to monitor the levels of water in times of need. One of the excellent shallow Utsava tank for the processional deity to be alighted and worshipped. And here we have another river Tungabhadra, which is Chakra Tirtha. Further flowing towards, you can see in the north, in the extreme end is Anjanadri. Here we have a temple of Kodandarama of the same Vijayanagara period with the lone sculpture of Rama, Lakshmana, Sita, Hanuman. This is the only sculpture like this available for us. And we have sometimes very good sculptures of monolithic nature, and Hanuman is excellent in this particular sculpture, which is a Madhava temple. You can see here, he is shown as if he is carrying a lotus bloom with his raised right hand in Alida posture. He is in the battlefield, and his tail is raised above his head like Pataga, and sharp canine teeth is shown. This is about around 12 feet in height. And we have a very interesting temple known as 1000 Rama temples or Hazara Rama Chandra temple, or the temple in the courtyard Hazara of the palace complexes. So here is one such temple complex which has elegant Mahadwara, which from Mahadwara you can see if we have got a Mukhamandapa, tall pillared Mukhamandapa, and the Mahadwara. There behind we have got the Deepastamba with shrine of Hanuman behind. Now we have the same Mukhamandapa. Interestingly, this temple is known for its Ramayana phrases. So many Ramachandra sculptures are found, so that's why it is become Hazara Rama. Right in front of keeping Sage Vishwamitra, Lakshmana as evidence, here the bow of Shivadhanu is being strung by Ramachandra. We have the curse of Ahalya being released. Such panels, sculpted friezes are available in this temple, and it is multi Ramachandra figures. That's why it is a Hazarama temple. Then we have, here is Lakshmana Rama Sita at Pachavati. Then we have interesting sculpture, zoomorphic Narsimha, which was recollected from the Virupaksha Bazaar. And sometimes our people do not know how to protect their listing. If they are worshipping a particular rock formation deity, they don't mind going in for elaborate painting. And here is a goddess Durga at Matang Hilak, completely painted in enamel, and it is very close to Achyuta Temple, and this particular deity is still in worship. And we have got, interestingly, at such an important place, excavations are carried out right from the year 1975-76, and exclusively later a Hampi excavation project was formulated. However, to expose the various secular structures in the citadel area of Hampi, as such, we find that excavation has resulted in many complexes being exposed. This is the royal enclosure area, which was started, excavations was started in this area first to start with, followed by, we have got the excavation being continued near Hazar Ramachandra temple complexes, gave us very good evidences of the residence of Krishnadevaraya, the royal residence of Veera Harihara. We have already the known structures of Ali Ramaraya period, Zarana enclosure. We have the stable of elephants and horses. We have a rock cut temple area which was excavated. So the citadel area, quite fair amount of excavation was carried out. And this is the beginning, where we in the Mahanami Dibba area, a huge terraced structure area, royal enclosure, we call it. There the excavation was initiated. Many important structures were laid bare in the royal enclosure area. You can see the way the enclosures were there before excavation and how it laid bare after excavation. How immediately, interesting thing in Hampi excavations were, as soon as the excavation was conducted, debris cleared and everything, immediately it was restored also, so that you will get a wholesome area of the excavated, the structures being excavated, and after excavation and restoration immediately attended to. Thereby, many structures are quite interestingly exposed for our observation. Here is one such interesting structure, a stepped ornate tank in the Mahanami Dibba enclosure, the most important structure in the royal enclosure area liked by people, tourists, and the scholars. And to the north of them, we have series of administrative blocks that have been exposed. And here we have the treasury and administrative. You can see the pillars over here. This area, when it was put into excavation, we came to know about the existence of a treasury. Earlier it was identified as temple. However, from closer study, it could be identified as the treasury, with a person who takes care of the treasurer's office. And this has been once again restored as per the exposure. And we find the royal residence of Veeraharihara with various structures, giving us an idea for the first time as how a Vijayanagara palace could be, with its Mahadvaras, with its hall of Darbar, with its residence for harem, then separate structure for the royal residence. And even here we got the royal gardens. This is the palace of Veeraharihara, which was excavated. All these structures earlier were not identified as to the palace of so-and-so, palace of so-and-so, until two inscriptions were found from this Shiva Mandapa area, which clearly gave us evidence as to which this structure could be. That's how very recently, after 1997-98, these structures have been identified as the palace of various kings. Here we have the residence of Veeraharihara. You can see the merciless destruction caused by the iconoclasts when they invaded the place. And here is the damaged portion of the Darbar Hall. You can see we will be moved by tears when we see the burnt wood, logs of wood lying on these architectural units, and see a frieze of a swan burned down due to the later activities of destruction. And we find the residence of Veeraharihara had a water inlet with sluices for regulating the water, and this inlet led to the royal garden with flower beds made, and this was the residence of the Veeraharihara, the king. And the Raja Mahal complex excavation gives an idea into the royal residence of Krishnadevaraya. This particular statue of Krishnadevaraya was found at Pratima Graha, one structural complex near octagonal bath, and this is how Krishnadevaraya looks. And for us to identify this as the royal residence of Krishnadevaraya, a slate pencil of son of Krishnadevaraya, the Prince Tirumalaraya, helped us because it was found from this school. Right in front of his residence, he had the school for his child, and this pencil was picked up from this particular complex, making it as the school of the Prince Tirumalaraya of Krishnadevaraya. And this finding of this pencil helped us to identify this structure as a royal residence of Krishnadevaraya. And here is this school, a pedestal for the sculpture of Rama, Sita, Lakshmana, and Hanuman, This is the hall where the child was taught. Here, this pedestal has got Sri Rama, an inscription also. And we have the inner Darbar hall, wherein the royal seat in which the Krishnadevara used to sit himself to give audience for the people of the palace was also found. Earlier it was identified as a stone trough, but the shallowness of it and this particular square composition of this, which fits into the pavilion over here, made us to clearly identify it as the stone trough of Krishnadevaraya at the Rangamahal complex. And we have got the Rangamahal complex excavated, having exposed many rooms and chambers, very good stuccos. And this is the residence of Krishnadevaraya. This is the residence of the Tirumala Devi, chief queen, on the right hand side. This is the residence of the courtesan dancer, Chinna Devi. This is the quarter system. Now, with such elaborate secular and religious structures planned, very good water system was also simultaneously developed. This is the Kamlapur Lake, from which it has a sluice gate, from which water was supplied to the metropolis and the city. Various gates and chambers and canals led water throughout the Vijayanagara capital city, which provided sufficient water for the whole metropolis. And we see the way it was constructed, supported, and we have this royal enclosure in general with various structures. All these structures were well fed with water system, channels running around the whole structure, aqueducts, stone aqueducts, providing water to all these structures that have been exposed. This is a stepped tank. You can see into the stepped tank or the stone aqueduct which provided water. That is Mahanami platform, the famous platform of grand elevation. We have the different types of tanks as water storage units. Water, very good, well supplied water system for each structure. Water was supplied. Closed drainages were there. And you can see terracotta pipes with various branches, supportive props, also gave water supply to the various localities in the palace. The covered stone aqueducts were also part of the supply system. And the Sarana enclosure has famous monuments like Elephant Stable behind it. Then we have got the Lotus Mahal, popular structure. And it's so much is there to tell, show, and all. The city of Vijayanagara is such that the pupil of the eyes has never seen a place like it, and the ear of intelligence has never informed that there existed anything to equal it in the world. It is built in such a manner that 7 citadel and the same number of walls enclosed each other. It is the observations of the Persian ambassador Abdul Razak, who sojourned to the Vijayanagara in 1443. Thank you very much for having given a patient hearing to my introduction of Hampi, and I thank you all once again.
Excellent. So wonderful session, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you. I'll come back. How to come back is this thing. Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you.
The time was.
You have shown right from the early historic to the up to late Vijayanagara, with all monuments and photographs are very good, and you have worked a lot there. I too also worked 5 years there. Then I shifted to Odisha, but I could not find Jagannatha sculptures in Odisha. But how we got a Jagannatha sculpture in Hampi, that I could not trace it. Where it is exactly?
Yes, sir. we should not take the whole credit ourselves. While I see it was in 2014 I retired. On, 2000, on a morning of 2017, one of my favorite casual labor at Hampi rang me up and said, "Start immediately, come, I got something to show you something." So you tell me what is it? He said, "Please come, sir. It is on Virupaksha, you should come." He made me to immediately proceed. That's why I hired a car and proceeded, because the way he called me, I thought he would show me treasure. But when I went there, it was indeed a treasure. Right, Achyuta Bazaar is there. Achyutaraya Temple is there. Achyuta Bazaar is there. The eastern wing of Achyuta Bazaar has Rishyamukha hillocks. On the Rishyamukha hillock, there is a cliff wherein the boulder is face to face. You know, the cliff is a Shiva temple, and one of these cliff surfaces has the Jagannatha of Puri, and at the same time a temple which is still buried in earth, which if exposed definitely will be a Krishna temple for Jagat Mohini. This particular temple was caused there by Krishna, and this temple has to be immediately restored by Archaeological Survey of India, so that they have to protect this particular sculpture of Jagannath also, because it is not of 1 or 2 feet high. It is more than 8 feet tall sculpture of Jagannath, which when you go to Achyutabala, you will see the rock, but you will never imagine that there is a sculpture of Jagannatha of Puri in that particular rock. And I had to pass bushes. I had to pass through bushes, come through this temple, and then see the image. And in front, and in front of
I was in Orissa, just a minute. I was in Orissa for 8 years, but I could not trace the Jagannatha sculpture wherever you go. But here, how I got, really it is wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So you kindly send me the photograph afterwards.
Definitely, sir. I should. I give the entire trip of mine to this particular, so that you can easily identify it.
Yes. Really wonderful speech. I like it.
Pleasure is mine, sir.
Thank you very much. Anybody is question, please? Do you want to know anything on Hampi? You can ask.
Sir, here's my.
Sir. Yeah.
Which place to see?
Sir, I have shown you Hampi around of 7 to 8 square kilometers. Hampi is very vast. You should plan and stay there for at least 2 days. So, if there are very well educated guides who are available, you can stay at Kamalapura, the nearby village, or you can stay at hospital. From there, you can go to Hampi, wherein excellent guides are there who have been trained by me also, and these guides will take you around these places. And it needs leisurely, because there is an adage in Kannada language. You should have strong legs to see Hampi. You should have sharp eyesight to see the Narasimha of Kanakagiri, and you should have plenty of money to visit Balaji of Tirupati. If you have strong legs, you can see Hampi. If you have sharp eyesight, you can see the Narasimha of Kanakagiri, a tiny figure.
which makes an ecosystem. Fourth is actually biodiversity is multidimensional. And fifth is that in case we want more number of ecosystem services, then we have to have more number of species, that to the local species. And in case we do not do that, conversely, what happens? In case the area is invaded by exotics, our biodiversity is disturbed. I have given all these names like Leucaena, Leucocephala, Lantana, Parthenium, Wattles, Poplar, Eucalyptus, and what all you have, all these. So we have to be very, very careful. Then ecosystem and ecosystem approach to forest management. This is actually very important for management of any natural World Heritage site. Ecosystem we have already defined, we have already talked about it. The approach is actually a strategy for integrated management of land, water, and living resources. These three things very important: land, water, and living resources that promote conservation and sustainable use in an equitable way. And it is based on application of very appropriate scientific methodologies based on levels of biological organization. It is actually, it recognizes humans actually part of the system. And there are 12 principles and 5 guidance points, which you see. The first guidance point is functions and processes, and then this has these 3 principles like conserve ecosystem services, work with ecosystems limits, balance, use, and conservation. Second is actually guidance point, benefit sharing. Then you have to consider economic factors. We have to assess effects of decisions on others. Then third one is adaptive management. That means just look well ahead in future and with inevitable change. And scale is the fourth. That means it is working with 2 principles: work at the right geographic and time scale, and decentralize when possible. And then last one is intersectoral cooperation. That is actually taking care of nature with shared responsibility with the society, with the community, value of all knowledge and perspectives, and involve more of society in decision making. So the World Heritage Convention actually it is there for selection of World Heritage sites, and we will be talking about the convention now. Let me give you very small history that in the World War I, it was thought that what will happen, that we should integrate 2 things. One is our cultural, and other thing is our natural aspects of human lives. And these 2 things, they came together in 1972 convention, whereby what we did actually the UNESCO came up with this idea of unifying these 2, and that is actually UNESCO means United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. That was on 16th November 1972 when this idea, which was growing, so that time it matured, and that means this unique treaty will work with both people and nature. That means people means monuments, that is actually cultural aspect, and nature means natural World Heritage sites. Like you just had this Hampi presentation, that is actually a cultural World Heritage site. So, so the World Heritage Site Convention, it deals with 5 C's: credibility, conservation, capacity building, communication, and communities. So these 5 things are very, very important in a World Heritage site. And this actually always look at the World Heritage Committee, and this is actually consisting of 21 states at one given time. And India has been actually in the first when actually in 1972 when it was actually constituted. So it is actually part of the convention elected by their General Assembly. And the committee is responsible for implementation of World Heritage Site Convention. It defines the use of World Heritage Site funds. It has final say on whether a property is inscribed or not on the World Heritage list, and it examines report about that particular property. It also decides on inscription. So in case the site is not being looked after well by the state or by that particular country. Now the 45th session will take place, that is in June in 22 in Russia at the place called Kazan. So all this actually depends on one thing, and that is operational guidelines. How does the World Heritage Site, how does it come in existence? So there is this operational guidelines. You can type this in Google and you will get with UNESCO, the operational guidelines for World Heritage Site. You will get it there, and there actually you will see that these operational guidelines, they are very, very important for development of a World Heritage Site. And this is the first page of that particular document, which is about 200 pages, very, very elaborate. One should always go through this in case we are talking about World Heritage Sites, both cultural as well as natural. But out here, what I will like to say, that I will like to emphasize outside universal values, and I have been telling you about them, OUVs. And these OUVs means the cultural or natural significance of that particular area. This is actually to provide these values. We have to provide permanent protection of this heritage or that particular site which has these values. This is very, very important, so that it becomes very important for the international community as well. The committee defines the criteria for inscription of properties of World Heritage Site, and state parties. State parties means the countries in which World Heritage Site is being considered. They are invited to submit nominations, and that I have done for Great Mal National Park. That was way back in 2011. So that was a time when we made this dossier and we submitted. And then that was actually, that whole dossier is based on outstanding universal values. So in case we are considering this, then with very, very specific very, very specific natural ecosystems or forest ecosystems, it is very important that the maintenance of ecological processes, that should be, we should remember this, it is always dependent upon the maintenance of their biological diversity. So, two things, processes and diversity. And we will be talking about this among the 4 criteria for natural World Heritage Site to happen under the UNESCO's World Heritage Convention. 3 most important aspects of EAFM, about which ecosystem approach to forest management I have just talked about. That is number 1, community participation. Number 2, eco restoration, that may involve plantations, soil or and moisture conservation. These kind of works, eradication of exotic species, etc. And number 3 is very, very important, that is forest and wildlife protection. So these are those 4 things which I have been talking about. You have already heard about Hampi, and that Hampi is actually among those remaining 6 criteria. Those are the top 6. These are the remaining. So 7, 8, 9, and 10th. These 4 criteria are meant for natural World Heritage Site to happen. The 7th criteria out here is superlative natural phenomenon. That means very beautiful or supernatural natural phenomena. Those kind of things. Number 7 is actually, I have just talked about your major stages of Earth's history. That means the processes we are talking about out here. So as well as process actually will go in number 9, but number 8 is all about actually representing major stages of Earth's history, including the record of life, significant ongoing geological processes in the development of landform, or significant geomorphic or physiographic features. In case you have these, then your particular site may be considered for a natural World Heritage Site. And as I was saying, number 9 is for actually ecological processes. I believe the audience which is sitting here at the moment listening to this presentation, they all know about ecological processes. So this is actually very, very important in the evolution and development of terrestrial, freshwater, coastal, marine ecosystems. And 10th is the most important thing about which I have just talked about, and that is actually biodiversity value of a particular space or particular place that should become that we want, or we ask UNESCO to consider to become a World Heritage Site. This is actually these are all the World Heritage Sites of India, Natural World Heritage Site, which is actually very little in number. So we have only 7 natural World Heritage Sites, and 8th one is a mixed one, and you can see it here. So this is actually the map of all these natural World Heritage Sites, plus the mixed one, which is actually in West Bengal and Sikkim, the Kanchenjunga World Heritage Site. I will give you one example of Great Hill National Park because I have been working over there, and I will tell you how it was considered to become a World Heritage Site, because it is characterized very high alpine peaks, something like 905 square kilometer or 90,000 hectare property. It includes the upper mountain, glacial, snow, melt water, feeding Jivanal, Sanj, and Tirthan rivers, these 4. And then also includes number of peaks which are, above 2,000 or between 2,000 and 6,000 meters. And then there are a number of OUVs, which we will see here. And this is the very coveted kind of a thing, that is actually the certificate that your site has become a World Heritage Site. That is kind of a certificate you receive from UNESCO. So this is the ultimate, in fact. So because I have this, so I want to show it for the Great Hill National Park Conservation Area. So what is the criteria for that particular place? Because this has number 10. I have just shown all the 4 criteria. So this is number 10. That is actually biodiversity hotspot that Great Hill National Park is. So here you can see the Great Hill National Park, and you can see the area of this, and you just see the UNESCO and the site is always, represented by these symbols. So 2 symbols over there, you can have any one of them. And then you can see the significant natural habitat or conservation of biological diversity, threatened species like these 5 pheasants over there, and very clear, atmosphere over there. And look at the realm of snow of Great Hill National Park, roadless. That means there is no road. Everything is actually on foot. So that means that it is very fragile ecosystem, very fragile ecology, and that we have to protect for our posterity. Local visitation to this particular park in a year, even now, after becoming a World Heritage Site, is somewhere around very, very much little. That means less than 1,000 a year. So that is what we are looking at. We are conserving very well. This is very unique pheasant which is found in that area, very endemic, called Western Tragopan, and it represents outstanding universal value of the park. These are yet other, like snow leopard is again very, very protected species, or snow leopard is the one which is very, very endangered also. Then how we have been, incorporating community in the conservation aspects, that was also considered by the team, which came, team from UNESCO, which came for inspection of our Great Hill National Park. This is, now I'm going to tell you about all the 7 plus 1, that is the mixed, 7 natural and mixed World Heritage Sites from India. So this is Kaziranga National Park, which was inscribed in 1985. As you know, Great Hill National Park was inscribed in 2014. So Kaziranga National Park, we all know, this is all because of very particular species called rhinoceros and many other. And then processes also. So processes, they are also making it very, very important. So we have one-horned rhinoceros over there, and we have, Ganges river dolphin, etc. The number of species over there. So two criteria which were, considered. So what is there? These two. One is number 9. That is actually our river fluctuations, or we can say them ecological processes. And number 10 is our biological diversity. So that is about Kaziranga National Park. Keola Dev National Park, that was inscribed on the list of World Heritage Sites in 1985, and that is actually in the Rajasthan state, and a number of species. And that was a time when actually it was receiving Siberian crane, which it has stopped now receiving. So that is actually 1-, so to say, in the so far as the status of World Heritage Site is concerned. So it was again number 10 criteria, and number 10, as I have already told you, number 10 means this is biological diversity. Manas Wildlife Sanctuary, that is actually 1985 inscription on the list of the World Heritage Site, and this is again, this is located in state of Assam in northeast India, and this is actually again a part of very beautiful foothills of Himalayas, and species like one-horned rhino, swamp deer, or pig hog, and Bengal floricans. And it has 3 criteria, in fact, coming together for the making of Manas Wildlife Sanctuary. That is number 7. This is recognized not only for rich biodiversity, but also spectacular scenery, So that spectacular word was considered for this. Number 9 is your ecological processes, because of the, changing scenario, because of the floods in the area over there, and the whole ecology changes over time. And then we have the criteria number 10, that is actually about biodiversity. Nanda Devi and Valley of Flowers National Park. So this is actually in 1988 and 2005 put together, because later on, first this these 2 things, they were considered, one by one, and then they were inscribed. So these 2 things put together, they cover the Western Himalayas, the Northern Himalayas, for their breathtaking views of meadows, of alpine flowers, ease of access, complement of rugged and inaccessible high mountains of Nanda Devi, number of these kind of qualities over there. And again, 2 criteria. Criteria number 7, and criteria number 7 is because of its spectacular spectacular views over there, and number 10 because of the biological diversity of this part of the Western Himalayas. It is also part of the endemic bird area like Great Himalayan National Park, and it is also very, very important for the conservation of representative Western Himalayan flora and fauna. Sundarban National Park, that was actually inscribed in 1987, and 1987 it saw one of the largest it's not largest, it is actually the world's largest mangrove forest, inscribed as the World Heritage Site over there, which is actually located at the mouth of Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers. There are a number of islands over there, and we have, tiger living over there in a very, very specific conditions, whereby the tigers have become rather amphibian, So they go into the river also for a long, long distance. They can swim and they can hunt over there, and they can live on the ground also. So criteria number 9, which is very, very important, because it is because of its changing ecology all the time, and criteria number 10, and that is actually the biodiversity. So the biodiversity is very, very important criteria for Sundarbans to become a World Heritage Site. Western Ghats, these Western Ghats actually, they are something like 39 components grouped into 7 subclusters. So all along the Western Ghats, and you can see the mountain, the map which I have already given you. So that shows actually the value of these vast areas in their geographical coverage. That is something like 140,000 square kilometer, which is very, very long. So this has been considered, and this is now inscribed as a Western as a World Heritage Site in 2012. And these are again based on 2 criteria. These are 9 and 10, and they are actually ecological processes. And Western Ghats are known for their biological diversity, which I have described here. You can have a look whenever you have free time over there. And then this is my 8th World Heritage Site, and that is actually Kanchenjunga National Park.
Sorry for interrupt. Manimoji, please stop your presentation. Manimoji, please stop your presentation. And
hello?
Sir, will you please start again the presentation because someone interrupt here.
What is that?
Okay, don't worry.
Presentation band kare.
I'm not getting it. What's happening?
No, don't worry about it. Just.
So it's okay?
The administrators are looking at it.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it to...
Sir, apologies. Somebody is interfering with the presentation. Somebody is parallelly sharing a screen. Somebody's mobile.
Admin can close it. Admin can close.
Please remove that person. Please remove and then start the presentation again.
Close sharing screen. Dr. Manimali. Dr. Manimali.
Sir, just click stop presentation in your mobile. Manimohiji, please just to stop presentation. Dear admin, please remove the person so that it will continue. Pandeyji, please start presentation now.
It is back to your presentation.
Okay, so this is the mix. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. But please start presentation again.
No, I'm not going to start it again. No. This is your thing. No. You should maintain your thing. Yeah, I'm not going to start it again. I mean, I can give it to you so you can use it later.
Sanjeev Pandey, you are telling about Western Ghats. You can continue from
Your
that.
presentation is being seen. It need not be started again. You are on this Kanchenjunga National Park.
Yeah, so I'm here at Kanchenjunga National Park. So
Yes, please continue.
Okay.
Yes, you can continue.
So the Kanchenjunga National Park, that is actually the mixed World Heritage Site, and it is situated in the northern state of Sikkim. And it is very well visible, in fact, from Darjeeling and other areas in West Bengal. And what you see here, this is actually a real, very, very diverse kind of criteria. You will find them here. And out of the criteria which are meant for natural as well as cultural World Heritage Sites, number three is actually very much cultural, because the property that is actually Mount Kanchenjunga and other sacred mountains, they represent the core sacred region of Sikkimese and syncretistic religious and cultural traditions, and thus bears unique witness to the coexistence of multiple layers of both Buddhist and pre-Buddhist sacred meanings in the same region. So that is the actually very, very big thing to happen, and that has taken place in this mixed World Heritage Site. So this is the third category. We have been talking about only two categories till now, that is cultural and natural. So this is the third one, which is actually mixed World Heritage Site. So criteria number 6, that is again one of the criteria for cultural World Heritage Sites. That is actually it is a heartland of multi-ethnic culture which has evolved over time. So this is being represented in this particular area. And then 7 is actually for a very, very revered kind of cultural landscapes for the local people. And then criteria number 10, actually without that there is no World Heritage Site of natural order or natural type that is made. So number 10 is actually about biological diversity. Now, in case we are talking about World Heritage Sites in India, then we should remember one thing, and that is actually Category 2 Center. So this is WII, that means the Wildlife Institute of India, Category 2 Center on World Natural Heritage Management and Training of Asia and Pacific region. So this center is very much there in Dehradun. It is located in Wildlife Institute of India. It has its mission, like the center's mission is to strengthen implementation of World Heritage Convention in Asia and in Pacific region. And by building number of things, capacity, etc. So it does lots of trainings. It can advise them. Hello.
पांडे सर
जी,
ये इसके
Your side screen is not visible.
Sorry?
ये क्या बढ़ सकता है?
क्या बताया?
हाँ, साइड स्क्रीन को थोड़ा बड़ा करें सर, हाँ मैग्नाइज करिए सर.
1 second. Now it is okay.
Excellent, excellent.
Chalo. So the mission is to train the people for development or for the maintenance of the World Heritage Sites. New World Heritage Sites can also be considered out here. Objective is actually to focus on the natural heritage conservation, contribute to the strengthening of the ones which are already there, contribute to achieve a more balanced representation of properties from Asia and Pacific, and raise awareness among the general public about the natural World Heritage Sites and foster international cooperations on natural World Heritage initiatives. And its functions they include actually to achieve these objectives, to conduct short and long-term capacity building course. All those things which I have mentioned under the objectives, the functions are to achieve those objectives. So this is my last slide, and my last slide says that these are actually the procedural things for assessment of potential of a nominated natural property to become a World Heritage Site. And as I have told you, this is IUCN, which actually, that is International Union for Conservation of Nature, that is actually responsible for making of or the assessment of any site which is being considered to become a World Heritage Site, natural World Heritage Site. And this is the ICOMOS, which is actually International Council of Monuments and Sites, like you were talking about Hampi just now. So this was ICOMOS, which must have adjudged that particular site. And then this is a procedure, and you can see the whole organogram sort of a thing, how nomination dossier can become can be recommended by IUCN report to the World Heritage Committee, and then it is ultimately up to the World Heritage Committee to take a decision whether this particular site will become a natural or cultural World Heritage Site or not. So that has happened with 7 sites which are natural types for our country, and 1 site which is actually mixed type, that is Kanchenjunga. So it has already happened. We have 8 sites, and we have potential of having number of sites in case we can make we can prepare these kind of dossiers. And preparation of dossier takes place, only when it is a very nice team of biologists, of botanists, of geologists, of zoologists. All of them, they come together looking for, or documenting the OUVs, that is outstanding universal values of that particular area which we want to become a World Heritage Site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pandey. Excellent. I request the co-chair.
Yes, sir.
I request the co-chair, Rohit.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request the participants, if they have any queries or any questions to Pandey sir. It is a wonderful presentation. It can be answered through Pandey sir. Please continue.
And the question is that natural heritage protect. What are the steps taken to control the exotics? Because you have mentioned exotics are damaging the natural vegetation. So what are the steps taken to control the exotics?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, see, the thing is, this is actually work of the executive, It is work of executive. Executive means a divisional forest officer. That may be, his range officer, his or her range officer, or a forest guard. So these are his or her tasks, how to control it. Like where from I come from, Great Man National Park. So there was no exotic. It was really good situation. I know there are a number of places where the national parks or World Heritage Sites even, they have these areas, they have these exotics. So removal of them, our Supreme Court of India under Godavarman versus state case, they also support it. Okay, removal of exotics. So, and our central government MOEFCC is always saying, try to remove as many, exotics as you can. Actually, it has become very, very costly thing to do so.
Right.
So we should try, and we should try to remove, or we should try not to let these exotics spread themselves. We should never give importance to things like Leucaena leucocephala. Now we know this plant was brought in for as a fodder plant, but now it doesn't serve that purpose. It causes stomach ache in the cattle which are feeding on it.
Right.
So don't do all these things. Don't bring in any exotic.
Right.
So, and whatsoever exotics are there, remove them. So removal of these exotics is part of the duty of the executive.
So what is the point, sir? In garden they are bringing many plants for beautification. So it is seen nowadays also. So I have seen many nurseries, and I was working garden also. So what I see, many exotics are being brought in the nursery and sold. So this is happening.
So that is what I'm trying to say. In case you do not observe, bringing in all these exotics from outside, there are people who have been bringing them in their suitcases.
That is
stealthily. That is very bad. So where is our quarantine? Quarantine has to be very, very strong in this country. Otherwise, we are all going to face it. In case you are mixing blood of, pangolin and bats, then what happens? Coronavirus comes out. That is how it has come out.
It has happened.
It is a zoonotic thing,
Zoonotic thing.
Yes. So in case we are not doing that, then we are hitting our own selves.
Right.
So that is the thing. So try to maintain, our areas as indigenous as we can. So far as garden things are concerned, see, even potato and tomato, they have also come from Peru, but they have naturalized themselves. You know, naturalized means that they themselves are not going to run away into the wild area and start populating them. That is the difference. But Leucaena leucocephala is not doing that. Leucaena leucocephala runs away, you know, from the garden or from your fodder plantation into the forest, and it starts populating that area. And same thing has happened with lantana. Lantana came here, you know, as a garden plant, and it is now all over the country. And same thing is with Leucaena. Same thing is with eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus, Parthenium.
Parthenium. You know, so in case we do not know about, you know, we should never ever try, you know, with these kind of experiments of bringing in exotics and planting them in our country. The things which have evolved, you know, which have evolved through evolutionary processes, the flora and fauna, that is the most important thing for all of us to conserve. Thank you.
Pandey sir, I have one quick question, if you can allow it, please. Pandey sir, I have accessed this Great Himalayan National Park a few years ago from Sairopa, and I still recall the terrain was so difficult for any visitor to access, right up to the gate of the GNHP. Has there been any kind of focus in particular on promoting ecotourism in the fringe areas of the GNHP?
Let me say with clear terms that we try to encourage tourism only in buffer zone.
Right.
Buffer zone is outside the main national park.
True.
We do not want people to go into the national park because of its fragile ecology.
True, sir.
And that is the mainstay for which, because the biological diversity conservation, that is the main thing. Only those people who are very strong, both physically as well as mentally, they can go into the park.
True.
Otherwise, others cannot even think of it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that is what we are encouraging. We discourage any type of construction in the park, whether it is road construction. That is how I use the word somewhere, you know, in my presentation. Roadlessness. Roadlessness is one of the major things in Great Himalayan National Park.
Thank you, sir.
Right? So let it be like this.
Absolutely.
For all the generations to come.
Bilkul. Thank you, sir.
Ji.
Any more question?
Any more? It's a great pleasure to thank Pandey for giving an excellent talk on Great National Himalayan Park. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Now it is up to the organizers. Admin.
Thank you, Pandey, for a wonderful talk. Now, I think with the permission of chair, we should wind up this and proceed to the next.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all participants.
धन्यवाद पांडे साहब।
थैंक यू सर।
यहाँ पे
थैंक यू
हेरिटेज साइट, नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट पर आए, बहुत बढ़िया यहाँ पे प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, जो हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही
जरूरी भी था।
और निश्चित रूप से ये वेबिनार में, इस वेबिनार में एक बहुत ही अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा है, और खासकर हमारे जो बायोलॉजिकल साइट्स के स्टूडेंट और रिसर्चर हैं, ये इस पर उनको काफी लाभ होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू प्रोफेसर जी रामास्वामी साहब फॉर चेयर द सेशन एंड मिस्टर KL Purohit Sahab for co-chair the session. Thank you all of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now next session number 10. Chairperson Dr. Manoj Borkar, sir, Associate Professor and Head Geology, Carmel College of Women, Goa. Co-chairperson Dr. A. Mani Moji, Biologist, Arginar Anna Zoological Park, Mandal, Bandalur, Chennai, and our speaker, Mr. Sanjeet Kumar Saha, DFO, Poonch, Bihar, and ex-office director, Rasit Bain Miniju. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Manoj Borkar, sir, please chair the session and introducing our eminent speaker, Mr. Sanjeet Kumar Saha, sir.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. And once again, it's a privilege to be a part of this very interesting academic event, the National Webinar Series 21-22. Good afternoon from the sunny coastal state of Goa to the functionaries of MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, organizing committee members, my co-chairperson, Dr. Manimoy, Arinar Anna Zoological Park in Mandalur, Chennai, lead speaker, Mr. Saha, delegates of this National Webinar Series 21-22. I'm Manoj Borkar, and I feel privileged to have been given this honor of chairing this technical session to be addressed by Mr. Sanjeet Kumar Saha, an officer of the West Bengal Forest Service. So, as is customary, before every session of the eminent speaker, please allow me to introduce Mr. Saha and highlight some of his achievements. Mr. Saha is currently the Divisional Forest Officer and ex-officio Director of Rasikbil Zoo at the Kuch Bihar region in West Bengal. The Rasikbil Mini Zoo, as I understand from the perusal of literature in public domain, was established with an area of about 12 hectares in the year 1997 and as Bochamari Deer Park in the year 2003. The Mini Zoo is themed to display animals found in the locality with particular emphasis on the northern Bengal plains, and is also, I'm told, a center for receiving the sick, injured, and seized and orphaned wildlife of Kuch Bihar district for, of course, for temporary shelter and treatment and subsequent translocation or release into the wilderness. The speaker, Mr. Saha, has a master's degree with gold medal in agricultural chemistry. He has been trained in service at the Central Academy for State Forest Service, or KESFOS as we call it in Dehradun. He has to his credit 1 decade of forest service. And from whatever I could gather from his profile in the Google Scholar, I understand that he's been very active in publishing his rich experiences as a forester in different areas of forest and wildlife management, as seen from some of his very interesting publications. Just to mention a few, he has authored a few interesting papers in the last couple of years on innovative way of resolving human-elephant conflict mitigation, and he is a proponent of compassionate conservation. I believe his presentation today has already been published in Tribute as Ram Brahma Sanyal, 1851 to 13th October 1908, pioneer of captive breeding in zoos. An ex-situ update, which is a quarterly newsletter of the Central Zoo Authority. He has also written about rhino conservation, vulture conservation, forest and wildlife conservation, curiosity corner, crime control, degradation dynamics. So, I mean, there's quite a lot of things. He's also spoken about approach towards reduction, rehabilitation, reclamation of degraded land. So with this kind of multifarious interest and multitudes of expertise and a decade of experience to his credit, I'm very certain that Mr. Saha will enthrall our audience of this session with his presentation. I invite Mr. Saha to please begin his invited talk and if possible try and restrict his presentation to his allotted time of about 30 minutes, ideally inclusive of any kind of interaction. The session is yours, Mr. Saha. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this, detailed intro of me and my working place. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Is it visible? My PPT is visible?
Not as yet. Not as yet.
Yeah, I think.
नहीं साहब आप स्क्रीन शेयर करिएगा प्लीज.
हाँ, but
हाँ जी, some technical issue.
I am trying, but that very share button is not working.
जी जी. So perhaps the best option could be that you kindly mail it to the organizers.
Yeah, then please send me the mail ID to where I have to send.
Skan Mishra Saab, please kindly get this received at your end, please, so that Saha Saab could start his presentation and you can simultaneously present from your side. I just forgot to mention my co-chairperson Manimoy Saab will kindly consolidate the presentation at the end of the session, sir. Please, Manimoy Saab, if you are able to hear me, it is your privilege to please consolidate after the presentation and maybe open the session for any kind of interactions after the session. Thank
you. Okay, doctor.
Sir, can I get the mail ID? Yes, I have got, just
I have a request for Saha Saab. आप खुद वीडियो पे आ जाइएगा and maybe you could commence. In the meantime, you could share your presentation with Skan Mishra ji.
Yes, I am just.
आप वीडियो पे आ जाइए सर. We are only seeing a green beater.
Okay. Yeah, I have sent the mail. Please check it.
Mishra sir, are you in? Have you received the presentation from Sahaji? Mishra sir?
Sir, I have sent the mail.
Okay. So if possible, Sahaji, आप start करिएगा.
क्या मतलब मैं तो शेयर बटन यहाँ पे ऑफ ही दिख रहा है.
नहीं, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ सर, if possible you just switch on your video and you may start speaking extempore. I mean in the meantime आप अपना presentation तो देख सकते हो ना सब?
या.
तो वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, आप शुरुआत कर दीजिएगा.
हाँ, मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन तो है लेकिन वो तो स्लाइड में आपको नहीं दिखेगा ना?
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है सर, आप शुरू करिए. In the meantime, Skan Mishra ji will share the screen from his side.
Okay. Just then I will start.
Yes, so that we save on the time.
शेयर नहीं हो रहा है. मैं तो और एक बार तो एग्जिट करके स्टार्ट करूं क्या?
सर आप इसको बंद कर दीजिए. You just come on video, that's all. और आप you start speaking on your work. आपका वीडियो काम कर रहा है ना सर? साजी?
Sir, he has left the thing.
He's quit already. All right.
He quit and maybe trying to join again.
Okay. I wish they had to. All the speakers had to submit their presentation.
बोरकर साहब, वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं शेयर करने के लिए अपने यहाँ से.
हाँ जी सर. Yes, it's coming. आ गया सर. लेकिन अभी स्पीकर नहीं है. प्रेजेंटेशन आ गया लेकिन प्रेजेंटर चला गया.
नहीं
आप हो गया. चलिए.
मेरी बात हो रही है.
जी.
थोड़ा उनको टिप दीजिए. आप टिप दीजिए बोरकर साहब.
नहीं आप पूरा विंडो शेयर कर रहे हो. ये कौन शेयर कर रहा है सर? साहाजी करें क्या आप कर रहे हो?
मैं कर रहा हूँ.
अच्छा, देन यू आर प्रेजेंटिंग योर होल.
साहब कर रहे हैं.
नहीं सर, ये जो एरो है ना,
उनको थोड़ा
ठीक है. यू कम बीनीथ एंड अंडर यू कैन यू सी वन एरो. नीचे आइए सर, नीचे आइए. नहीं ना वहां नहीं सर. ये नीचे जो दिख रहा है ना एक माइक दिख, हाँ जी, ये लेफ्ट में आइए, अभी लेफ्ट में आइए सर, लेफ्ट में आइए। नहीं वो नहीं सर, ये ब्लू वाला एरो, ब्लू एरो, इस पर क्लिक करिए। अभी स्टॉप प्रेजेंटिंग करिए।
अच्छा, ओके ओके।
अच्छा, नाउ यू अगेन क्लिक, नहीं आप पूरा निकल गया। अब अगेन क्लिक ऑन द सेम एरो,
ओके,
एंड शेयर योर विंडो।
ओके ओके।
Click on the window. Click on the arrow first, and then click on the right window of your PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, is it visible?
Not is it. फिलहाल तो नहीं दिख रहा है सर। उस आपने PowerPoint presentation पे क्लिक किया हुआ है ना?
हाँ। अब उसको
पहले सर एरो पे क्लिक करिएगा, उसके बाद सारे विंडोज ओपन हो जाएंगे।
नहीं, वो तो शेयर बटन,
ना शेयर बटन नहीं सर, वो जो एरो मैंने दिखाया था ना, जो आपने क्लिक किया,
उसके बाद जो शेयर बटन आया था।
हाँ, तो फिर सर यू हैव टू क्लिक ऑन द करेक्ट विंडो व्हिच शोज योर पीपीटी।
Yeah, it is available in desktop only.
But nothing is being seen. It is not being shared.
I have sent also through that very mail what Skansab forwarded to me. That is also available. Yeah.
So I think one of you two would have to decide who's sharing the screen. Skansab, अगर ये साहाजी शेयर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं तो आप ही को करना होगा सर, फ्रॉम योर एंड।
हाँ, मैं एक्चुअली क्या है सर, थोड़ा सा इधर भी प्रॉब्लम है मेरे तरफ भी। वो प्रेजेंटेशन हमारा कंप्यूटर वाला जो है वो दूर है।
Yeah.
आप कोशिश करें, साथ कोशिश करें, तब तक मैं देख रहा हूं, शायद हो जाए आपसे।
शाह साहब, बोरकर साहब का सुझाव अच्छा है, आप तब तक ओरली स्पीच करें अपना स्लाइड देख करके।
तब टॉक शुरू करिए सर कुछ। शाह साहब।
हाँ, यस।
हाँ, आप शुरू करें, तब तक हम वो कंप्यूटर वाले हमारे जस्ट स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ठीक है।
क्या, what is the topic, Shah Sahab?
Yeah, I am starting. Yeah. It is the role of Ram Brahmya Sanal in ex situ conservation and conservation education in India before Central Zoo Authority.
Very interesting.
But you people are not able to see, so.
No, it is not that we people are not able to see. I think the problem is you are not able to show.
Sir, it's okay. You can talk about Senial, sir, and then at the end they can run on the whole presentation step by step. That would be a great way.
And I have a small suggestion for Professor Skand Mishra ji. Chunki this is just the second day of your series, sir. I think we have to learn. This is the fourth series in the, this is not the first time we are doing this. Please ask all the speakers to submit their presentation so that we can optimize on this whole thing. Otherwise, it becomes a little frustrating to wait, and just look at the blank screen. Maaf kijiyega, I'm being very
exactly right, sir. You are right, sir.
Yeah, so what I have to do? I have to go with the presentation or?
नहीं सर, आप स्टार्ट करिए। मेरे ख्याल से आपका वीडियो भी है ना, वो नहीं चल रहा है शायद, क्योंकि वी आर नॉट एबल टू सी यू।
आपने वीडियो भी ऑफ रखा है?
हाँ,
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो सब कुछ ऑन है।
नहीं सर, कुछ नहीं है, ग्रीन बी ईटर दिख रहा है, बस एक छोटा सा लोगो है। वी कैन ऑल सी अ बर्ड।
आप करिए, वो हमको मिल गया है आपका मेल और प्रेजेंटेशन। जल्दी ही हम प्रेजेंटेशन को शेयर करने जा रहे हैं।
ओके।
हाँ।
So yeah, that is my topic about Ram Brahma Sanal and his work. That means regarding ex situ conservation and conservation education in India before CZA. And actually, I am also sharing regional affinity with Mr. Rambhaman Sanyal. That means I am also coming from the same place from where Rambhaman Sanyal, that means started his work. Yeah, that Rambhaman Sanyal, he was corresponding member of the Zoological Society, London. At first, a few brief, intro we have to know to let me go through the work. It will help us to go through the detailed work what he had done through his life. Yeah, that he was born in 1851, and that means he was alive for 57 years. So during this short period of working time, he had done all the work. That means when there was nothing, that means that with that very limited resources available to him. Yeah, he was the first superintendent of the India's oldest zoological garden, that is Calcutta, 1875 at the year when Zoological Garden Calcutta came into existence. He was pioneer of captive breeding of wild animals in India, in zoos or what we can say in ex-situ condition. We will see, that means his work. Background, like most of the studious Bengali students, Ram Brahma Sanyal of small village Mahula, Murshidabad district of then undivided Bengal, wanted to become MBBS doctor of repute. Like most of the studious village boy, he was also having the same dream. But he belongs to the Varendra Brahmin family and was born in his maternal uncle house in Lalgola, Murshidabad district of present-day West Bengal. But living alongside the Gangetic plains, that means river Bhagirathi is flowing, that means alongside his village, one of the most ecologically diverse and fertile landscape, his interest in zoology blossomed within him in dormant condition, fascinated by the animal beings around him. That means in his writing, what that means we have studied, that he is telling about dolphin, kingfisher birds in that very riverside when from the time of his childhood. Introduction from medicine to zoo biology. That means, yeah, after schooling from Berhampur, Murshidabad, he joined Calcutta Medical College to become a doctor. But destiny is that poor eyesight hindered his dream to become a good doctor. A way for him to become the first superintendent of the famous Alipur Zoological Garden. How actually Dr. George King, who was the superintendent of the Botanical Garden, Howrah, at the time, introduced his bright student of Calcutta Medical College, the oldest zoo of India, 1875. That Dr. George King, beside the superintendent job of his Botanical Garden, he was also the professor of that very prestigious Calcutta Medical College. So when Rambhama was unable to continue his studies, in medicine, so that means he know that his students is very bright. So that means, they were searching. That means British Management Committee is searching for a bright boy who can run the business of zoo, ex-situ management kind of things in India. So naturally, he introduced his bright student to that very zoo of India, established in the year 1875, that very Kolkata Zoo. Journey from a casual employee to superintendent, but at that time he was appointed as a casual employee to the zoo. British Management Committee was reluctant to appoint Sanyal as a zoo superintendent due to have no relevant educational background in the stream of zoology or zoo biology. But the utmost devotion, rare observation, quick learning, patience to work with wild animals and birds in captivity made him the first trained zoo biologist, and finally as a superintendent of the oldest zoo of India, that is Zoological Garden, Calcutta. We will see, that means his rare observation and work in the next. He was also the longest serving superintendent of the zoo from 1880 to 1906, that is for 26 years.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Sahaji. अभी आपका presentation आ गया है.
Okay, yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, so can I go to the from intro slide? Yeah.
No, not really, sir. But ये एक के बाद एक थोड़ा दिखाइए मिश्रा जी, ताकि जो already whatever Sahaji has spoken, we get a quick feel of that.
Yeah, the journey from a casual employee to superintendent, that what I am telling.
Oh, it's lost again, but it's all right. I think Sahaji, आप continue करिएगा, please.
Yeah.
अच्छा.
Yes. That as per Central Zoo Authority, that means Central Zoo Authority formed in the year 1992. That means when Wildlife Protection Act came into existence in the year 1972. At that time, there was no provision of zoo or ex situ conservation. But after the arising need of the treatment of rescued animals and the orphaned animals and the animal rescued from circuses and other kind of things, so there was a need to establish the zoo or management of zoo required at that time. So by the Amendment Act in the year 1991, that means Wildlife Protection Act included a Central Zoo Authority, and as per that very Central Zoo Authority, that means Central Zoo Authority worked in full manner at the year 1992, and that very Central Zoo...
presentation आ गया है, देखिए.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that I am that please come to the CZA slide. That modern zoo is depending upon 4 pillars I am talking about. Yeah.
It has come.
Yeah.
The slide that you designed is already...
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So as per CZA, that I am talking about, that CZA was formed through that very Amendment Act in the Wildlife Protection Act in the year 1991. And as per CZA, modern zoo is depending upon 4 pillars. That is based on his director or curator, the activity of veterinarian, animal keepers, and botanist or educationist. So, but more than 100 years before establishment of Central Zoo Authority, Ram Ramya Sanayal worked on all 4 phases of a zoo, along with the work of research, documentations, and paper presentation in India and abroad. So that is the thing that my title of the very presentation also in that very same line, that though there was no definite guideline at the year of 1875 or after that, but Ram Ramya Sanayal, based on his rare observation, keen interest, based on his acumen for research, zoo biology, did the work what CZA was prescribed in the latter year. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, that integrated zoo management. That what did Ram Ramya Sanayal in that very Kolkata zoo that we are doing at that time in that very same manner. It was his keen observation of animals that set him apart. If an animal died, he would assist the veterinarian in his postmortem and send a report to the committee. He always kept silver nitrate solution, carbolic acid, caustic soda, chalk powder, etc. in his hand and used them to treat the animals if necessary. That means he was working in the all sphere of that very zoo management that we can see. Next slide. Yeah, that research and development by Ram Ramya Sanayal, what he did in his tenure at that very Alipur Zoo. He also researched snake venom in the specially created zoo laboratory with the sole intention to find a reliable cure to snake bites. Began to focus on animals' physical health, studied animal behavior in captivity, successful reproduction, and longevity. That means nowadays we are talking about that very physical, mental health of that very animal. We are studying in that very enclosure. We are doing enrichment kind of things that to give the animal that very same, natural habitat in that very ex situ condition also. But that things already did by Ramvemya Sanyal that 100 years before, we can see. Developed zoo management with the result, please, previous slide, yeah. Developed zoo management with the result of the scientific understanding of animals' lives and welfare. It also reflects zoos in other part of the countries, increasing focus on conservation and education. That what he did in that very Kolkata zoo, after that the zoo developed in Bombay, that very Madras presidency at the time, and in that very neighboring country, that very Burma, people called him in that very areas, and he walked there and developed their zoos also in that very same line of theme of conservation and education. That already this has been reflected in that very same sphere in the neighboring countries and the very neighboring states also. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. That previous slide. Yeah. That we can see this his specific work regarding captive breeding of wild animal in India in ex situ condition, and that it is most probably also not in India only. That what he did, it may be the first time that very this kind of work had been executed in any ex situ condition of a zoo. In 1889, the captive breeding of Sumatran rhino. We know that it is critically endangered or extinct kind of things, Rhinoceros sumatransis, and the birth of a calf took place under the direct, minute, and detailed supervision of Ramvemya Sanyal at the Alipur Zoo, Kolkata, in the year 1889. It was a cross between a female Rhinoceros lesiotis and a male Rhinoceros sumatransis. These established him as a pioneer of captive breeding of wild animals in India. This very document I have got from a very valuable book of him that we'll see in the next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. He was his pioneering work. Why? Because his acumen can only be judged from the fact that the next recorded instances of Sumatran rhino breeding in captivity happened only after 110 years, almost in the year 1999 or 2001, in Cincinnati Zoo, United States. So we can see that his acumen of research, that he was a trained biologist. He was not having any formal education of zoology or zoo biology, but his work, that we cannot match in the present time also, that his acumen for research. It was a pioneering example of successful zoo-based efforts to save critically endangered species with the understanding of the animals' lives fully integrated with husbandry standards. So we can, that means not imagine that how he was involved in his work of that very, captive breeding, conservation kind of thing in ex situ conservation, that he did the work much more ahead of his, the same genre of people at that time. Yeah. Next slide. That I have directly taken that very things. His actually his written document on that one book, that what he have written about that very. We can just see his detailed observation. On the 30th January 1889, a young hybrid between R. lesiotis and R. sumatransis was born. Both the parents had been living in the garden since June 1882, and it is the second recorded instance of rhinoceros breeding in captivity. On the evening of the 29th January, the female R. lesiotis was noticed to be somewhat restless. She refused her usual rations of gram, bran, and salt, though every now and then she browsed some leaves and branches. Early next morning, she was in acute labor pain, very restless, and after intense suffering of nearly an hour, she suddenly got up and the young one was born. the mother took no notice of the young one, which looked more like a lump of animated clay than a young rhino. After about an hour and a half, and not until after several ineffectual attempts, it got up at last and began to look for nourishment, but evidently did not know where to find it. It was weak, very unsteady in its movements, and could not walk 3 yards without tumbling. At 1 p.m., the mother was fed on oatmeal gruel and the young one on a quart of cow's milk. So at 4 p.m., the mother had her usual food consisting of soaked gram and leaves, but the calf, receiving no nourishment yet from the mother, was fed a second time on cow's milk about 6 p.m. and again about 10 p.m. at night. During the course of the night, the young began sucking the mother, and henceforth there was no necessity for artificial nourishment. The young animal was now very lively and playful, and was already inclined to explore the enclosures, as the female evidently disliked being looked at by a crowd. Why I have that means read Day-2, because from that very things what we have found, that how one can be how can observe in detail mode that what he have observed in toto he had documented in his book. Yeah. So yeah, next slide. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So research, publication, and documentation. Contribution of research work. What he did in his Jew arena. He also published the work with the several scientific articles to the Proceedings of the Zoological Society of London and the Proceedings of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. Though we are telling directly that he worked and published, but it was not at that time. He had documented the things for his day-to-day health management of Jews, but after seeing his documentation potentiality at that very time, the British Management Committee took over his that very diary, or what I can say, that very register, and that means encourage him to publish his work in the world arena for the benefit of the the people all sphere of the world working in that very extensive conservation. His observations and notes came in handy for his seminal work, Handbook of Management of Animals in Captivity in Lower Bengal. That is that very things published as a Handbook of Management of Animals in Captivity in Lower Bengal, and almost for 100 years it was only the one book as a resource for the others who are working in that very field. The handbook was published in the year 1892. Has has detailed animal husbandry notes on 241 species of mammals and 402 species of birds from across the globe. Next. It is the account of that very his writing, that very about Sumatran rhino, how detailed one can do the things, that he recorded all the things, that very habitat, length of the life in captivity. Yeah, next slide. The that means the detailing of that very animal treatment in health, that housing, next. Yeah, that very food, transport, next. Treatment in sickness, observation on the habits of rhinoceros. That means, yeah. So that means, he was very detailed in his observation regarding the pattern of, housing in that very, what they did, food, transport, habitat, that very, his behavior at the time of sickness, the normal time behavior, prescribed medication. So he did the work and recorded the minute observation of every animal in that very inmates available at that time in that very Alipur Zoo. Yeah, next. Recognition, publication of the Handbook of Management of Animals in Captivity in Lower Bengal was launched, was lauded in the Nature Journal, prestigious Nature Journal, thereby putting the Alipur Zoo on the world map, apart from his individual recognition as zoologist and ornithologist. that one of his minute observation in that very handbook regarding tigers that were brought up in captivity were generally milder in disposition, in behavior, and were sometimes tame enough to allow the keepers and others to handle them, but their temper can never be trusted. So that this kind of minute things already helped the people, the zookeeper, the director, zoo biologist who are working nowadays also. So the importance of that very book is very relevant in today's days also. Yeah, he was also a keen botanist. And also probably he was the first conservation communicator of India. His second book in that very same line, Hours with Nature, was published in the year 1889, where he discussed about the rivers, forests, ponds, zoos, museums, and botanical gardens of the country. Apart from that, he did regular communication to the new generation, to the children's, through documentation and publication in the children's literature, in vernacular mainly. That means Sakha, Mukul, and Bigyan Path. He that means published his work regarding science communication, conservation communication to the little children and the new generations to encourage them regarding conservation effort for all of the new generation. This established him as a first conservation communicator of India. Yeah, that very book, Hours with Nature. And that Central Zoo Authority also gave tribute to Ram Vimya Sanyal. The Central Zoo Authority gave their tribute to see Ram Vimya Sanyal for his extensive works of documentation, management guidelines, work of awareness creation and outreach for the ex situ conservation of native Indian species, as a first person in the world from India in the prestigious ex situ updates, a quarterly newsletter of the CJD, with the following line that Ram Vimya Sanyal continues to live in our memories through his writings and his loves for the world, for the wild animals. Actually it has been written by myself. That means they accepted the things and already though we are talking about Ram Vimya Sanyal and many things are available, but actually in my point, he was an unsung hero, unsung scientist, unsung zoo biologist, and that means we have to learn much more about him, about his work, that his two books, very valuable books, that very I have discussed here. But it is not available in most of the libraries. What I have found, it is available only in that very online platform. So yeah, that is the things, and actually we are also giving tribute. I think we all are in that very platform. Yeah, so that is the thing what I have discussed about the work of Ram Vimya Sanyal and his role, significance of working in that very zoo arena, that very ex situ conservation, conservation breeding before the formation of CJD. Yeah, so thank you all.
So thank you, Sahaji, for giving us an insight into the, as you rightly put it, the unsung hero of captive management, dating back to those colonial times. And I was just very curious, as you rightly said, after understanding the title of your presentation, I also did a little bit of desktop survey, rather research to understand his illustrious life, which I believe wasn't celebrated at the right time. So I guess he stands vindicated in your presentation today, and I think you've given him your dues, and I request Thiru Manimoy to kindly consolidate the entire presentation and then open this session for discussion, if any. Dr. Manimoy, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to one and all hearing the webinar. I would like to thank my chairperson and the organizers giving me the opportunity to co-chair the session. Dr. R.B. Saha, given a very good enlightenment with R.B. Sanyal. In Sioux community, nobody forget him because you write any paper on captive management, no one, he will be coming anyway in Sioux management. So I read through the so many articles of Sanyal. I also quoted my research publications. So I also the biologist is serving in Ringaranna Zoological Park since 30 years. I have published so many papers. So during 1875, it's amazing. He thought of future. He dreamed like a director, curator, biologist, keeper, and educationist. Now they are the four pillars, as he rightly said. He said, before commencement, he did all these things. So, the CSAT people also followed the research publication done by earlier, British period scientists like Sanyal. I come across his captive management book, handbook on captive management of animals in captivity. So he recorded so many, lifespan, gestation period, so on. So he's a well-known, he's a manager, scientist, educationist, biologist. As he rightly said, he's a unsung, hero of zoo management. I would also say that he is a forefather of scientific management of zoos in India. That's a correct word, I think. So I congratulate Mr. Sanjit Kumar Saha, enlightened about Sanyal and his work is in India. Thank you, Saha. Very good work. You can also go through so many publication of Ms. Sanyal.
Sir.
Thank you very much. I also thank my chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I think if there are any questions, Dr. Manimohi, I think you could take a few questions if there are any. From the audience, of course.
Okay.
I just have a small observation to Mr. Saha's presentation and the very erudite remarks of Dr. Manimohi. I think this entire domain of captive management particularly gains a lot of significance in the present times when the wild spaces are shrinking, and we may not be really left with too much a scope for in situ conservation, as much as we would have to lay emphasis on maybe captive scenario like this. So I think this presentation and all the knowledge associated with captive management and ex situ conservation effort will go a long way into guaranteeing, a continued existence of a lot of wild species in a biodiversity-rich country like ours, which we very proudly say is one of the B17 countries, which means one of the most 17 biodiverse countries in the world. And I think we should be really very proud about that. And that's where the entire discussion on captive management of animals and ex situ conservation occupies the center stage. Thank you for letting me say this. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, sir.
So if there are no more questions, I think Dr. Manimohi and myself, we are grateful to Professor Skand Mishra for giving us this amazing opportunity, and thank you so much.
Could I be interrupting a little?
Yes, please. Yes, madam. Yes.
Sir, there is a question by Surinder Bharadwaj, sir, in the chats. If you could just have a look at
just a minute. I'm so sorry. I think that should have been read. Apologies for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think Manimohi, sir, if you would like to quickly read that. There's something in the chat box. So should I be doing that? All right, I will read this on behalf of my co-chairperson, Dr. Manimohi. It says, this question is from Surinder Bharadwaj, who asks, Sir, myself, Dr. Surinder Bharadwaj, working as Superintendent of Botanical Gardens, MD University, Rohtak, Haryana, India. My questions. Number one, why we haven't received any guidelines from the Botanical Survey of India and others related government organizations regarding conservation and management of various flora. I presume that's the word flora. The second question to Mr. Saha is why superintendents of botanical gardens serving in state universities are not included in various committees related to flora, etc. In my small little understanding, I think you are asking the right questions to probably the wrong person.
Sir.
But still, if Mr. Saha would like to respond, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. That I am also. That means it is at first the question is very valuable, and the floral kind of things should also be addressed. That there should be guidelines from the Botanical Survey of India. That means for that very conservation and that kind of things, and there should be like CJD. That Botanical Survey of India is already a organization that can do the things. Prescription and other things, guideline for the conservation management of floral kind of things. And actually botanical gardens, botanical parks are there to do the things. In Kolkata also Sipur botanical gardens are there, and where the ex-situ conservation kind of things also is there. But it is true that like zoo kind of thing, botanical gardens are not famous in that very in every state or district kind of thing. So that thing is needed, importance is needed from the responsible person to explore the ex-situ, that very conservation of botanical kind of things, flora and that very things in every district.
Sahaji, I think Bharadwaj wants to ask you something. He's just waiting to
Yes,
talk.
sir. Sir, thank you giving me the opportunity. Sir, we are doing very well work here. So in various state universities, lot of people are doing work, including faculty, but we have not received any guideline or any such like just like universities, central universities and universities in metro cities. But in rural areas or in various state, not only Haryana but other states, even universities, botanical garden, you have not included in Botanical Survey of India, where research work is going on. We have conserved a lot of endangered and rare flora also. So this is not they are not doing well work or falana. No. This is not logic. We are doing even one species conservation of a rare and one species is itself shows that there is a work, because to conserve a rare and endangered itself very important work. Only one species if going to be endangered and we conserve that, so that is also a work. So this is not the, but my question is at Botanical Survey of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest, FRI Dehradun, they should involve only FIR, only forester or I mean say IFS.
Bharadwaj, I think your question is well taken. Ansari Sahab, 1 minute. Allow me to just respond quickly. I think his anguish is absolutely justified, but I guess this is a policy matter which probably needs to be addressed at the right level. I think as an ex-Botanical Survey of India person, Ansari ji may be wanting to say something. Sir, please go ahead.
I will add, there is a scheme by Ministry, Assistance to Botany Garden. Under this scheme, all the university gardens and other gardens are being given aid. And Botanical Survey of India is publishing account of all the gardens in India, including your university's garden or any other state garden. So there are publications, and ministry has guidelines to do the work in botanic gardens, and this assistance is given regularly to all the gardens in India. This is, please, it is not that there is anything not being done by Botanical Survey of India. See? As he is telling, so you should go through the ministry site and the site of the Botanical Survey. Recently,
Yes,
there is
sir, I have gone through it. Even my one article, Career Opportunities Botanical Garden, have already been published in Employment newspaper, and recently that is published in 2K10 and 2K20 Career Opportunity Botanical Garden. I have also visited so many times Ministry of Environment and Forest, but the recognition. My question is the recognition जो मिलनी चाहिए स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज के
भरद्वाज जी जो आप कह रहे हैं that is absolutely भरद्वाज जी allow Ansari Sahab, let me use my discretion
मैं जवाब दे लूं, मैं दो
allow me to use my discretion as a chairperson, please.
अनिल सर,
please allow me
मैं ये स्कीम देख रहा था।
ये कह रहे हैं कि सर का जो वह रिकमेंडेशन अपन डॉक्टर ए माओ के पास भेजेंगे और सर से बोलें कि आप अपना जो है एक पत्र हमको भेज दे। मैं डॉक्टर ए माओ जो बॉटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के डायरेक्टर हैं उनको रिकमेंड करूंगा। और अब अपन अगला सेशन लेट हो रहा है।
I don't know how many people are chairing this session. I don't know how many people are chairing this session. If I'm supposed to be the chairperson, I think I should be allowed to speak. जैसे कि मैंने कहा भरद्वाज जी, आपकी जो बात है that is well taken and it is also being echoed. The same sentiment is also being echoed by Aparna Sabnis Deshpande, and I think there is some validity. But I would only like to remind
में माउंट से मिले भी थे, एक नॉमेनक्लेचर कोर्स अटेंड किया था और माओ सर से मिले भी थे और मैंने खुद ये रिक्वेस्ट भी किया, तो आप भी प्लीज इस बारे में जरूर करिए सर, प्लीज। थैंक यू
सर। मेरा यही कहना है कि अगर राम ब्रह्म सन्याल जी को अपने पूरे जीवन में कोई रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं कर पाया, बावजूद इसके कि कैप्टिव मैनेजमेंट के प्रोटोकॉल्स में उनका इतना बड़ा योगदान रहा है, the lesson is very simple. We don't get returns of the hard work immediately. It will take some time. But trust me, we value your contribution. God bless you for the great work. Don't feel discouraged. In every walk of life, recognition comes late. This is from my personal अनुभव।
Thank you sir।
बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू जी। अगर और कोई सवाल नहीं है तो हम इस सेशन को यहीं पे समाप्त कर देते हैं। अगेन थैंकिंग माय को-चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मणिमोही। Thank you everybody. God bless and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मनोज गोरकर सर, डॉक्टर मानीमोजी सर, लीड स्पीकर डॉक्टर संजीव साहा सर, एंड अंसारी साहब, सुरेंद्र भारद्वाज साहब, अपर्णा देशपांडे for giving a nice talk and share the session and share your views. Now next session, last session of the day, chairperson Dr. G. Thirumurthy, Assistant Professor Ancient History and Architecture, Madras University, Chennai, and lead speaker Dr. E. Shivnagi Reddy, Satpathy, CEO, Bleach India Foundation, Hyderabad. So welcome, welcome sir. And
yes sir, yes sir.
To Dr. G. Thirumurthy sir.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Introduce yes, our eminent speaker, Dr. E. Shivnagi Reddy, Satpathy.
Okay sir. Okay, thank you sir, thank you Professor sir. So namaskar. So scholars, scientists and participants. In the camera. It is to present this last session of the second day national webinar on heritage sites, national parks, tiger reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, botanical gardens, zoological parks, museums of India, identification, conservation and management, organized by Government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. At the outset, I thank the convener of this webinar, Professor Skandakumar Mishra ji and Professor J. Rajendran, Government College of Architecture and Sculpture in Mamallapuram for the opportunity. Before going to present the biodata of the eminent speaker, Professor E. Shivnagi Reddy, I want to share a few informations. As a student of archaeology, it is necessary to mention that India's cultural heritage, that is art, architectural, sculptural, epigraphy, and so on, it is unparalleled in the world. The glorious cultural heritage is evident from occurrence of thousands of archaeological monuments and archaeological sites all over India, traced from the lower Paleolithic culture dating back to 15 lakh years. The Buddhist heritage in India, especially of the old Andhra Pradesh, is well known, as it is evident from more than 175 stupas, the discovery of 175 stupas all over Andhra Pradesh, including Nagarjunakonda, Amaravati, Bhattipurolu, Ghantasala, etc., dating back to Maurya Sadhavahana times of 3rd to 2nd century BCE. The archaeological museums at Nagarjunakonda and the Amaravati Gallery in Madras Government Museum Exmoor are exhibited with the Buddhist remains. the protections and preservation of the remaining invaluable cultural heritage. Whatever is lost, that's all. So whatever it is remains, that has to be protected and preserved, and it is what the duty of every citizen, and it is a need of the hour also. With these few words, it is my pleasure duty to present the biodata of Professor E. Sivarahi Reddy, an eminent expert in Silpa and Agama Sastras. Professor E. Sivarahi Reddy had completed 4 years training in traditional sculptural and architecture at Tirupati, which is famous for the Balaji Temple, world famous temple. Then he obtained his MA degree in ancient history, culture and archaeology, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and then PhD degree in history from Central University, Hyderabad. Professor Reddy has joined in the Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of the old Andhra Pradesh in the year 1978. He also served as Director, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality, Hyderabad, and then the Director, State Gallery of Art in Hyderabad, and also in Andhra Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation as in charge of Silparams. Professor Sivarahi Reddy serves as CEO, Pleach India Foundation now. Mr. Reddy wrote, edited more than 500 research articles, more than 500 research articles of various aspects of art and archaeology, sculpture, so on. And 100 books he has edited on history, including the Buddhism and the tourism also. Professor Reddy is expert in Silpa and Agama Sastras. It is very rare. Professor has built, transplanted, that is, shifting of their temples due to various reasons. More than 100 ancient temples and built 100 new temples in Andhra Pradesh. Professor has also participated in many archaeological excavations and the conservation works of the selected Kakatiya period temples in the Telangana state. So all this work shows that Professor Reddy is a multifaceted scholar, for which the meritorious services he was conferred the title the Vastu Chilpa Vachaspati by Padmasri V. Ganapati Stapati, and also received the highest award by the government of Andhra Pradesh 2018, that is Kala Ratna. So with this, I request the eminent speaker to speak about the Buddhist heritage of Andhra Pradesh. Yes, Professor Sivarahi.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, it is, sir.
At the outset, I thank profusely to Professor S.K. Mishraji for giving me such a nice opportunity, what we call to follow a galaxy of scholars who have been on the webinar since yesterday. I feel it is a great privilege for me to be here as a participant and also as a speaker, not an eminent speaker, but speaker. Again, at the same time, I would like to place on record my sincerest thanks to Professor Tirumurti Avargal, who is an expert in his own field from Chennai. Sir, அந்த கணபதி ஸ்தபதியாருடைய சிஷ்யனங்க
இல்ல சார் பாத்துருக்கிறேன் சார் கணபதி ஸ்தபதியை பாத்துருக்கிறேன் சார்.
ஆமா உங்களுக்கு வணக்கம் அப்படி.
சரி சார்.
Yes. Now, after having trained in SV Sculpture Training Center, I joined in endowments department, then moved to archaeology, then pursuing retired 8 years ago. Now I am CEO Pleach India Foundation at Hyderabad. It is a which curates heritage places in both the states in Telangana and Andhra. Our respected Bazar Garu is also here. I am very much thankful that he has been source of inspiration for me since 1986. So he is from ASI and other participants also. Yes, I will now would like to make a presentation. I think give me 1 minute time that to share my presentation, sir. One moment, sir. One moment, because I am sharing this. Sometimes I actually sharing में थोड़ा problem होता, that I am now looking at. Please, one moment. One moment, sir. Same problem आ रहा. इटलो इधर उंडाला. वो sharing your entire screen होगा. नहीं, ये sharing कैसा करना नहीं मालूम हो रहा. Sir, बाजीराव sir.
Just that there is a at the bottom there are four mic. You have a mic symbol, then your camera symbol, then CC, then there is an arrow.
No, the arrow is there, sir. Present now बोल के है.
Yeah. Just you press the arrow.
Yes. After that we have three. One is your entire screen. Present बोल के आ गया. Then window a tab.
So select your entire screen. Select the screen in the window.
Okay, that I have done. Then share. Share नहीं आ रहा ना? Some problem. No, share करे तो नहीं आ रहा sir.
No, that should come.
जब शेयर करेंगे ना तो उसके बाद वो व्हाइट स्क्रीन के ऊपर आप शेयर कीजिए.
No, वो 3 है बाजू में, उसका बाजू में.
हाँ, तो शेयर स्क्रीन कर दीजिए.
सर 1 मोमेंट. स्क्रीन शेयर है, प्रेजेंट बोल के है, उसमें योर एंटायर स्क्रीन.
हाँ, उसको यस कीजिए सर.
नहीं, ये शेयर इज नॉट एक्टिव सर. क्या करेंगे? दिस इज ए प्रॉब्लम फॉर मी.
नहीं, उसको स्क्रीन को जब शेयर करेंगे ना,
योर एंटायर स्क्रीन
हो जाएगा और उसके ऊपर आप क्लिक कीजिए.
Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, sir. Not yet, sir.
Not as yet.
Why को ऐसा हो रहा है? I am not able to.
What about Mishra ji? Mishra ji, do you have SARS this thing presentation?
Now
it has come. Now it has come. Now
Yes,
it has
yes,
come.
okay. Okay.
Now it has come.
2 मिनट लगता है उसका.
No, it is there.
Okay, sir.
Sir.
Okay. You take your own time, sir. Don't hurry.
No, one moment, because I think still it is taking time, or what is it that I don't know?
No.
You just click on PPT.
No, PPT, click. Oh. I clicked it already. Now? Sir, I have opened PPT.
Okay.
Yes, just a minute. Wait.
இது ஆன் பண்ணு. இது ஆஃப் பண்ணணும்ல. இது ஆன் பண்ணணும். அவர் பேசுறது இதுதானே. அவர் பேசுறதுக்கு இதுதானே ஆஃப் பண்ணணும். இது ஆன் பண்ணணும். அவர் பண்றது இல்ல, அவர் பேசுறாரு வரல.
1 minute, sir. I am again reopening, please.
First open the PPT and then try to share it.
Take minute. Take minute, sir.
Okay, sir.
Is it okay, sir, now? Sir, is it now?
Yeah, it is visible. It is visible. Yes, now you go for the slide presentation, and automatically that will be shown.
Yes, now we can see it.
But we have to bigger version na.
Yes, sir.
We can see it, sir. We can also see to you.
No. What you do is that you just click on the slideshow on the top of your slideshow.
So is it now coming, sir?
It's coming in the smaller version.
Now?
Yes, you please click on that. Yes.
Yes, it is coming, sir. It is coming, sir. It is coming.
Sir, again, extremely sorry for the delay. Now I will.
No problem. So you just you try. It is coming, sir. It is coming. You have to little adjust.
Thank you so much.
It is coming, sir.
Yes, in Andhra Pradesh, the undivided Andhra Pradesh. Now let us confine to the coastal region of Andhra Pradesh. What we call is residual Andhra Pradesh after bifurcation into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Now we have more than, as Tirumurti sir told, more than 175 sites spread across the whole of the entire state. But they range in date from 3rd century BC to some are even 4th century, 3rd century BC to 14th century AD. And for the kind information of the participants, Buddhism has entered in this part of the country during the lifetime of the Lord Buddha. According to one small story in Parayana Vagga of the Sutta Nipata, one sage called Bavari, who was living on the bank of river Godavari, has dispatched his his disciples to meet the Buddha and get the Dhamma. So one of the 16 disciples have returned, and he was responsible for spreading the Buddha's Dhamma. So it is during the lifetime only. After that, Asoka Maurya is a greatest emperor. We all know that he is again responsible and instrumental in dispatching what we call, after the 3rd Buddhist Council, one Mahadeva Bhikkhu to this area, who has really carried the message of the Buddha. And since then onwards, stupas and construction of aramas, donating aramas to the Buddhist monks have begun. So this is actually the very basic beginning. After that, what happened was, Andhra Pradesh has witnessed the flourishing state of 3 phases of the Buddhism, namely Theravada Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, and Vajrayana Buddhism. You all know that in Theravada Buddhism, that the Arahants or the Bhikkhus only strive for the total relief of birth and death, that is Nibbana, for themselves only. But in Mahayana, the concept is so wider that along with the practitioners, along with the Bhikkhus, the other living beings also have to get relieved from the cycle of the death and birth, and from total relief from the dukkha, that is again nirvana. So the change occurred is that Buddha for the first time was conceived in iconic form, then started worshipping, and in the worship started on a very large scale, like how we are conducting in the regular Hindu temples. So unless otherwise Mahayanism was not took firm roots in Andhra soil, it was the last phase of Buddhism with the Theravada.
Dr. Reddy sir.
Sir.
Your slide is not moving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is actually now. Is it now? I think you have now the new one, sir.
Yes.
No, Professor Rettikaro, you can continue. You can continue the Yeshwambur speech, sir.
Yes, sir. No, leaving. Yes, sir. Now, yes, this is actually all the 3 phases of Buddhism flourishing in Andhra Pradesh: the Theravada Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, and again Vajrayana Buddhism. We all know that Buddhaghosa, even though there is a claim that Buddhaghosa hails from Tamil Nadu, but according to canonical texts and references, Buddhaghosa hailed from a place called Muranda Ketakai, western side of the Dhanya Kataka, that is in Andhra Pradesh only during 5th century. And he was responsible for systematizing the Theravada Buddhism in Andhra, and he was on invitation gone to Sri Lanka, where he translated the Visuddhi Magga into Sinhala, and he was elected as Sanghanayaka in Sri Lanka in Gadalavenia. Next one is that, yes, Acharya Nagarjuna. He is such a great man. Sir, is it moving in, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, slides are moving in. Acharya Nagarjuna is visible?
No, it is not moving, sir. Sir, what you do is that you please touch on the above is that slideshow.
Okay.
On your this thing, you put it on the yeah. Now it is coming. Mahayana face, Acharya. Yeah.
If I what you call magnify, I think it is not coming for F5. Okay.
So we couldn't see the second slide.
Now it is the 5th slide, ma'am.
The second slide can't show.
Yes, we can see 5th. Yes, we can.
5th one. Sir, Mahayana Vajrayana slide is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, continues. I will continue. Acharya Nagarjuna, the greatest systematizer of Mahayana hailed from Andhra Pradesh, and you all know that as the second Buddha, and wrote many books on Mahayana Buddhism, that is, he wrote Suhru Leka, Ratnavali, Mola Madhyamika Karika, Chatustava, and Pragna Paramita Ratna Sastra, Hriday Sastra, etc. So he really was responsible for enlarging and embellishing the Dhanyakataka Stupa according to the history of Buddhism in India by Lama Taranatha. During his last days, he stayed at a place called Nagarjunakonda Sri Parvata Vijaypuri. Hence, the area was known as Nagarjunakonda only. So this is around 1st century AD, and he was most of the people believe that he was contemporary to Gautami Putra Satakarni, who ruled what you call the southern southern India, entire India. So then next phase is Vajrayana, wherein what call is during the Mahayana, Buddha was only worshipped and Panchadhyani Buddhas and other concepts have come. But during the Vajrayana phase, from 4th century AD onwards, and again many more Buddhist divinities and rituals have entered, hence it is called as Tantrayana and Mantrayana. That was also very much prevalent in the Andhra Pradesh. And according to Tibetan sources, Buddha has set the wheel of Dhamma into motion for the third time, that is Kala Chakra Moola Tantra. Next one is that, sir, now I am going to the very beginning, structural evidences of the what you call early phase of Theravada Buddhism in Andhra country. Yes, we have conducted excavations. Since I was associated with the State Department of Archaeology, I really chanced upon to participate in the excavations conducted at Dantapuram in Srikakulam district, that is northern Andhra Pradesh, where the stories of Sri Lanka, Dalada Vamsa, have mentioned that Buddha's holy relic reached Dantapura, hence it is called as Dantapura, and it was enshrined there on a very big stupa, and the story again narrates that it went to Kandy. Presently it is now in Kandy. So there is a very wonderful, interesting story. I am skipping over. Yes, the excavations conducted there revealed archaeological material such as the stupas of 4th century BC. Then again Nabudware, where we got from Sisupal Garna, similar Nabudware that is also known as Kalingaware, we at Dhantapuram. Yes, here we also got all these wonderful antiquities which really date to this thing, and there is a very huge fortification which was built in medieval times. So Dantapura is considered to be the earliest Buddhist site so far excavated in Andhra Pradesh. Yes, next again, as I mentioned earlier, Asoka has sent Mahadev Bhikkhu to Mahisha Mandala. Mahisha Mandala was again identified, not Mysore and what in coastal Andhra. Then Asoka has again got his edicts, what you call incised at Jonnagiri and Rajula Mandagiri. Then we also got a rock edict at Amaravati. So what happened? This is actually where Asokan edicts are found. All the 14, only 13 edicts are there, and some minor rock edicts are also there. So this is the place. Again, this is what you call the earliest references. Yes, next to what you call Bhatipuru relic casket inscriptions, we got Asokan edict in Andhra Pradesh. It clearly reveals that Asoka has encouraged, extended his patronage for Buddhism in Andhra Pradesh. Yes, now we are moving to Dhanyakataka Amaravati. Amaravati was the name given by Raja Vasireddy Venkatathiri Naidu, the local Jamindar, in 1796 AD. But earlier it was known, right from the 2nd century BC onward, it was known as Dhamnakada, Dhannakada, Dhanyakataka. So you all know that it was capital city of the Jatavahanas for some time, and in medieval period some more local chiefs. So this is the state of current Dhanyakataka stupa. Yes, the right side you are seeing now the one small pillar edict, that is of the Asoka. Next one, yes, the stupa at the moment, almost all the panels that were embellished all around the stupa are now in Chennai Museum and British Museum London, in some other museums also, in the local museum. So this is the sad state. And a stupa model, can you believe? This is 3rd century BC when Asoka has extended and the stupa was being raised. This is a sketch of the then architects. We call them as Silakamika and Navakamika. They have made one drawing that there is a stupa. Again, next to it is Virupaksha Prasada. Next, yes, during the 3rd century AD, again, 2nd century BC, not 3rd century BC, some people are ascribing it based on the excavated material, and right from the Madras presidency times onwards, Alexander Ray, etc., people have excavated there in beginning of 20th century. And the very peculiarity of the Guntupalli Buddhist site is that it has rock-cut caves meant for rainy retreat of the Buddhist monks. So you can see that this is well in advance, at least 150 years in advance than the Ajanta caves and contemporary to Loma Rishi cave in what you call Bihar. And Guntupalli also witnessed the flourishing state of all the 3 phases, Theravada, Mahayana and Vajrayana. Yes, again, can you see? This is the panoramic view of the rock-cut caves of the Buddhist caves at Guntupalli. It is some 40 kilometers from Yelore town, a city in West Godavari district. And on the hill, there are also many number of what we call votive stupas and chaityas, pillared halls, etc. And can you notice the entrance of the cave is so beautiful that it closely resembles to that one of the Loma Rishi cave. And inside the ceiling, can you notice it is actually, as many of the archaeologists and art historians have said, that the topmost ceiling portion has been fashioned resembling the woodwork, contemporary wood practice. Yes, again, this is what we call a Chaityagraha. Then you also have votive stupas and a Chaityagraha on the other side of the Guntupalli caves. It is on the hilltop. And it flourished. What happens is that it flourished up to 10th century only. 9th century we have got Bodhisattva Padma Panika, take a bronze image. So these are some of the antiquities that we recovered from the excavations at Guntupalli. Next is again Dandapuram, sorry. Now we are moving to Bhattiprolu. It is very important that Bhattiprolu, we yielded very big entire Indian context. We have got the biggest rocket relic caskets from Bhattiprolu only. One Raja Kubiraka, the local chieftain, has adopted Buddhism, and we got a portion of holy relic of Lord Buddha and enshrined in the Mahastupa or Mahachaitya, and there are 4 granite relic caskets. These reliquaries on the bottom and the top. We have got these Brahmi inscriptions. I'm not giving the details that this is dated at least some 20 years before the Asokan edict. These are some of the crystal caskets recovered from Bhattiprolu. Now, all of the relic caskets are some are in Molagandaguti and some are in Chennai Museum. Yes, and again, Dhanyakatka, we also recovered 10 relic caskets from Dhanyakatka Amaravati. So beautiful. These are crystal caskets. Within the crystal casket, some are stupa shaped, some are button shaped, and within that one, if we remove the lid, what we find is that coral reef, golden leaf, gold, small gold pieces. Then what we call is a fraction of the holy relic of Lord Buddha. Yes. Now, what we have seen, the Amaravati Dhanyakataka stupa is only to 1.5 meters height only. Now, no, it is 100 feet high and 200 feet in dia. So it was actually encircled by a huge railing of 14 feet, supported by 3 vertical pillar, horizontal railing, and then you also have that lotus medallions. And yes, now this is actually a model of the railing of the Amaravati stupa in its heydays. So can you see the inside of the stupa, where people take a circumambulation all around with Buddha Vandana, they will have a chance of looking at beautiful art pieces denoting or depicting the Buddha's life history or Siddhartha Gautama's life history, Jataka stories, contemporary life, and flora and fauna of the surrounding area of Dhanyakataka Amaravati. And the roundels of the outside are not that much decorative because it is outside. They are decorated with only lotus medallions. There are 13 types of lotus medallions which give ample evidence that the sculptors enjoyed their own freedom in rendering these things. Yes, during the Mahayana phase at Ranikataka Amaravati, yes, we can boastfully say that among all the early three Buddhist Buddhist art flourished in early India, namely Gandhara, Madhura, and Amaravati. Amaravati is considered the best among all the three by world art historians. Yes, now you can see these are some of the Buddha images recovered. Excavations were carried out since 1796 till 1990, and we could recover many number of Buddha images as well as other antiquities and inscriptions. You might have been read a book called Amaravati Sculpture in Madras Museum by Sri Sivaramamurthy, who has given more than 224 small and label inscriptions along with the description of the sculptures in Madras Government Museum. Now, I would like to take one moment only because you can see such a beautiful sculpture, Buddha in standing. I think the right hand is Abhay Mudra and the left hand is holding the chivaras, that is the robes of the Buddha. You all know that Buddha wears three robes. One is Antaravasaka, Uttarasangha, and Sanghati. He is now holding the Sanghati. Then this side you can closely see the head of the Buddha, and on the top of the head you see a little bit of protuberance that is known as Ushnisha, cranial protuberance, and the hair is curled towards right, and the ears are so long, and in between eyebrows you have got a what you call a tilak like thing. It is not tilak, and I want to reveal that Buddha images are depicted with Mahapurusha Lakshanas. There are 32 Mahapurusha Lakshanas ascribed to the Buddha and 80 minor Lakshanas. And all these are Ushnesha, Dakshinavrutakesha, Lamba Karnata, and Urna are some of the Mahapurusha Lakshanas that clearly denotes that this image or head belongs to none other than the Buddha. So this is actually very interesting. Next is similarly we got many such images, and it is known the local limestone has been selected for carving these Buddha images depicting Buddha in a very subtle and calm, serene atmosphere that he reflects. Yes, as I said, this is actually the railing pillar. Some of the railing pillars are outside railing pillar is plain, outside medallion is plain or lotus only, and inside you can see carved with beautiful images, Buddhist art, and even the roundel also is carved with Jataka story. Yes, it is a wonderful roundel used for the railing in between what we call it as crossbar. It is 3 meter by 3 meter. It is a circular one, fluted on either side. But this particular story depicts what we call after the Buddha's holy relics are distributed, a portion in a relic casket has been taken away to the God, to Sita heaven. This is actually the scene. Can you see what a wonderful symmetry on this side and that side, and people are seen not frontal side or 2D or 3D, but a wonderful expression of the sculptor way back in 1st century AD. So this what we call is the climax of the Amaravati School of Art during the lifetime of Acharya Nagarjuna, who was responsible for actually enlarging and encasing the stupa drum portion and dome portion with exquisite sculptural panels under his direct supervision. Next is that, yes, now there is actually Buddhist narratives within this is actually a panel, and the panel depicts four things. One is that Mahadevi's dream, then this thing is giving birth to Mahadevi, giving birth to Siddhartha. Then there is a god again, that is a story of Sunita. Then after that is a Jataka story. So what I mean to say is, yes, again, you see, yes, this is what we call the summum bonum of the what we call Amaravati School of Art. Yes, what a beautiful stupa. Now, we see only the ruins of the stupa. But what happens is, the stupa is, it looks like this in its full form. So, they almost all surrounding the, all around the stupa is decorated with the stupa panels at the bottom. These are some of the panels. Yes, these are again some of the panels recovered from the Again, we also got recovered some of the panels. These are in what we call British Museum, London. So beautiful. And these scenes depict what we call is Siddhartha departing from his own palace, Mahavinishkarmana. Like that, every panel has a story to tell. Next is, yes, this is what we call, you can see the scene of the palace of Kapilavastu, where from his own palace, Siddhartha is departing Mahavinishkarmana. But since it depicts what we call in Theravada idiom, both Siddhartha is not seen here, but he is indicated by the parasol and the moving horse. That is the yes. In the Mahayana phase, no. As per the descriptions and narrative of Lalita Vistara and Buddha Charita, Siddhartha is moving out from his own palace like this. This is again a wonderful panel recovered from Dhanyakata Amaravati excavations and now in British Museum, London. This is actually after 7 years, Buddha returns to his own palace, not his own palace, to the palace of his father. Then you can see when his mother asks Rahula, go and beg for your inheritance, Buddha orders himself, take him to what we call to the Sangha. So this is what we call Rahula's ordination and again Buddha's Punaragamana. So these are some of the panels. This is a day before he leaves, and some of the panels, Bodhivruksha Prasada, and again these are some of the panels which the Buddha sculptures are decorated. So yes, this is the Buddha Pada, wonderful Buddha Pada now in British Museum, London. Yes, it's so beautiful. It is depicted with the Ashtamangala symbols as per the Buddhist canons because he is such a great man, Mahapurusha. Yes, secular art also flourished in the name of Amaravati School of Art. Yes, the man, the local people, you all know that Dhanya Kataka is at the heap of the paddy. Yes, and heap of the paddy was got only by active agricultural practices. The people really loved their pet animals, and this is actually ox from Amaravati. What a beautiful Amaravati! Such a beautiful first century AD. Then yes, it flourished up to 4th, 5th century AD. After that, there was a decay, and that decay was recorded by Huansang, who visited Dhanyakataka and stayed for an year between 1639 and 1640 AD. And he wrote that Acharya Nagarjuna Suhruleka was taught every day in the schools to the children. That is one important aspect. After that, he also notices that there are 100 temples, but most of the temples are in ruins. That is very important to note that Buddhism started decaying at Dhanyakataka, where it has got its base right from Asoka the Great. Yes, after that we also have got what we call the Vajrayana phase. There are many number of Vajrayana sculptures. Yes, you see Heruka, then Lokeswara and Tara, Sitatara, Syamalatara, Maitreyanadha. All these Vajrayana sculptures are recovered from Amaravati excavations only, which clearly attests the fact that it also witnessed. So most of the people believe that Vajrayana has Dhanyakataka, like scholars like B.S.L. Hanumantrao, whatever it may be, but it was a well flourished state for Vajrayana phase of this thing. This is Tara end. Now there occurred a change. What happened was the in the place of Buddhism, Shaivism has come, and this is a clear-cut evidence that they have appropriated the Buddhist Aika pillars to be used as Shivalinga, which is 14 feet tall. People need to climb up to the first floor of the temple and offer their what we call worship there. Yes, yes. Can you notice an inscription of 1182 AD by local? It was they then ruled in 12th century. The surrounding area of Dhanyakataka was ruled by Kota chiefs, Dharani Kota chiefs. They are known as Kota chiefs in Telugu. But there is a very lengthy inscription which says that donation was given to Amareswara, God Shiva, and also to the Buddha Deva, very flourishing state, not closely. And the temple and stupa are very closely located. So it clearly reveals that at least Buddhism was not thoroughly gone from this place, but it was also in active thing. Yes. And 1344 AD, we found, we means the archaeologists have found an inscription at Talarigata in Kandy district of Sri Lanka, which reveals that a Stavira monk, a monk called Dharmakirti, has visited Dhanyakataka from Gadaladenia in Sri Lanka and saw, oh, all the temples are in ruins. He was responsible for renovating all the two-storied image house at the Dhanyakataka, according to that inscriptions, which means that Amaravati flourished right from 3rd century BC to 14th century AD. Yes, now on the coast of East, there are many Buddhist sites on the hills located very close to Visakhapatnam towards the north, all along the sea coast. You have series of Buddhist sites known as Babikonda, Totlokonda, Pauralakonda, and like that only Salihundam, then Dantapuram, etc. Many number of sites are there. But this is one such place where from the holy relics of Lord Buddha in golden caskets were recovered. These are some of the conserved viharas and Chaityagrahas. And this is actually on the left side at the bottom, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the golden relic caskets recovered from this stupa like reliquary. And within the stupa, we have got a pot. Within that pot, we got a silver casket. Within that silver, we got golden casket. And along with that, we have got a bone, which was identified as a collar bone of 3rd century BC only. Yes, this is again one more Buddhist site, wonderful site at Salihundam, where again on a hill, on the right bank of river Vamsadhara, very close to Kalingapatnam, another seaport area in the northeastern coast of Andhra Pradesh. This Salihundam site again flourished right from Theravada to Vajrayana. Again, it flourished up to 14th century AD only. We got in the Arama is an extensive one. We got Mahastupa, Chaityas, Stupas. Yes, this is what we call the panoramic view of the what we call Salihundam in north coastal Andhra. Such an extensive Buddhist site which received patronage of what we call the Maurya, Satavahana, Sadas, Ikshvakus, and in continuation up to the eastern Gangas also. Yes, again, this is one of the Chaityagraha. These are some of the Vajrayana sculptures, Marichi. Such a beautiful, biggest sculpture so far found, Marichi sculpture. Then Tara. Yes, I would like to tell you what happened was due to hello. Again, we have got so within some 10 minutes I will close, sir. At the Jagatipadu, on the other side of the Salihundam, there was a mound, beautiful Buddhist stupa mound, on which local people with ignorance have raised a Shiva temple on the. It is very interesting. Yes, this is Kalingapatnam, where excavations revealed the evidences that the stupa flourished right from 1st century to 3rd century AD, where we got ample antiquities from this place. And again, next to it, towards the west at a distance of 45 kilometers, we have got another hillside. These are known as Celia sects. Then Ramatirtham. On the hill, it is known as what we call Buddhula Konda. And you have got Chaitya, Stupa, Sila Mandapa, whatnot, everything. And we have also got Buddha images from there. This is actually the remains, ruins of the Stupa, Chaityagraha at Ramatirtham. And as I said earlier, Totlokonda is another Buddhist site where we have got these rock-cut cisterns to store water during the rainy season for sustenance of the Buddhist monks who are spending their rainy retreat, which is called as Vasavasa, for 4 months. Yes, this is actually the after the conservation, the entire Arama look like this on the coast. It is so the atmosphere is so pleasant. I was again fortunate to the excavations of Babikonda. Yes, these are some of the antiquities which include coins of the Shatavahanas. Even we also got Roman coins, and these are Buddhapada and Stupa slab. Yes, again, on the other hand, some after 10 kilometers away, we also have got a Pauralakonda on the hill, a very extensive Buddhist site. And again, down south of Visakhapatnam, we have got a wonderful site called Shankharam, and it is considered as Lingalakonda. Most of the stupas on the hill, local people consider it as lingas, hence it is called as Lingalakonda, the hill of the lingas. But it is not so, but it also witnessed all the three phases of Buddhism here. And you can see a beautiful arama flourished there on the hilltop using the naturally available stone fashioned into stupas, chaityas, and rock cut caves. So that is thing. Many number of such sites are flourishing on flourished this thing. Yes, this is again a wonderful famous stupa from Ghantasala. These two panels, Buddha image and the panel, are now in Louvre Museum, or a Musée Guimet in Paris, and that is the stupa, 3rd century AD. Then Jagayapeta. Again, it is very close to on the other side of the river Krishna and Dhanya Kataka Jagayapeta, and most of the antiquities are now in Chennai Museum. Next is Chandavaram, the biggest of so far found in entire South India. This is the biggest. It was also built on the hilltop and very close to a Gundlakama river, where only Theravada and Mahayana phases it witnessed, and 14 feet sculptural panels are also there encased the stupa. Now, as part of conservation, they are deposited in the village. Yes, surprisingly, some of the Buddhist panels, again, there is a temple called Mahabaleswara in the village, and some they were used as what we call basement panels. Basement. They don't know the value of Buddhism, but they have spread as a basement slab and raised walls for a Shiva temple. This is a very sad state. Again, you also have got many number of Buddhist stupas. This is from Rayalaseema. What we call is a place called Nandaluru. It is very close to Annamaya's place. And this is again on a hill. The very different terraces were exploited to raise stupas after leveling each and everything. This is the only solitary Buddhist site in entire Rayalaseema with structural evidence in full. Again, at Tallapaka, the birthplace of Annamacharya, who has composed 32,000 kirtanas praising Lord Venkateswara, it is his native place. There also we got a 1st century AD Shatavahana Buddhist site. There are remains of Buddhist stupa and chaitya. Again, another Buddhist sites are there in Rajanpet. Many number of stupas are also there. Now coming to Nagarjunakonda, very famous, on par with Amaravati. This is also a famous for almost all the Buddhists to come and visit. There was again, during 3rd century AD, people from 14 places have visited this place, and Sri Lanka was not exception. There was Vihara is there. Yes, this is Singala Vihara, meant for Buddhist monks coming from Sri Lanka. There is a Buddha Chaitya and a Stupa Chaitya, and there is a pavilion. And this is the most beautiful Buddha image from Nagarjunakonda, which is now in museum. So beautiful. Again, other beautiful, many number of some 30 to 40 Buddha panels were there, in which Buddha was also there, and a few 4 or 5 Buddha images are there. Yes, these are some of the panels, and do not have, these are the relic caskets recovered from the Mahastupa. And this is again Aduru in East Godavari district. Similar Ikshwaku period stupa is there on wheel shaped. You can also feel the bottommost portion is raised on hill shape to save the building material. And for the first time in entire Indian context, we have a 4-storied rock cut cave meant for the Buddhists to spend their rainy retreat. We have 3 stories in Ajanta, but this is a 4-storied cave. Mahaparinirvana Buddha sculpture has been appropriated as what we call Anantasena. That is a quite common practice. So nothing to blame, nobody to be blamed. Yes, again, new Buddhist sites are coming forth to evidence. Many Buddhist sites. And this is again in Vijayawada. Very recently, a new Buddhist. It was there, but what happens was it was amidst the houses on a hill. So we went there and publicized that there lies a Buddhist cave of 1st century in Mughal Rajpuram. In front of the stupa, there was a very big temple, Kanakadurga temple. So I am not going into all those things. Yes, again, We very recently have visited one more Buddha. This Buddha figure of lifetime, this is Amitabha Buddha. This is recovered from the while the road work was in progress. They could come across this beautiful Buddha image 4 feet below the ground level. In Guntur, in Agasthyeshwara Temple, there is actually a Naga Musulinda sculpture. It is now worshipped as Naga, ordinary Naga. And many of the temples, they used Buddhist panels for basements. This is example. And people without having any knowledge, this is an Ayaka Stamba, actually fashioned like into Sivalinga and planted in a tank at this thing. Yes, this is at Vaikunthapuram. Buddha as Akshobhya. You can see the earth touching motif. In Tamil Nadu, it is very, very, very popular. And this is dated to 9th, 10th century AD. In Pandavidu Fort also, while we were reconstructing it, we were dismantling a temple for reconstruction as part of conservation. Yes, all of a sudden, we recovered a stupa, a Buddhist stupa of the 1st century AD. Sorry. This is Tripurantakam. It is a famous Saivite temple, Tripurantakeswara. But there also, while they were renovating the compound wall, we recovered Buddha panels there. In Nedamaru, very close to Vijayawada, again, one mound was being cleared, earth removal, and all of a sudden 2 such sculptures have come, in which again Amitabha Buddha, then Vaikuntha Narayana, we recovered there. Yes. Now, I would like to end my talk with Sarva Sattvanam Nikila Dukhopa Samanam. Yes. All the living beings who are suffering with the dukkha will have to be relieved of their botherations and suffering. The only way is Buddhism. So it is an inscription recovered from Tamalagodam. It is a copper-plate inscription of 4th century AD when the Vishnu Kundins were ruling from Hyderabad. So this is a very brief talk by me, touching upon the beginning or advent of Buddhism here, then the flourishing of three phases of Buddhism from 3rd century BC to 14th century AD, and the current state of various rock-cut monuments, brick monuments, stone shrines, then Buddha images, relic cascades, and what I couldn't reveal is that Buddhist epigraphs. We have more than 501 Buddhist inscriptions from Andhra Pradesh. So I am now stopping at this point of time. Thanks a lot to Professor Skand Misraji, then our chairperson, such a great man and stalwart, Tirumurti Avargal, and the respected participants, who all the participants are very, very learned and scholars in their own field. Once again, thank you for giving me opportunity and bearing me up to this point of time. I think exactly for 45 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tirumurti, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Hello. Yes, thank
Hello.
you, sir. Sir, thank you, Professor E. Sivanahiri Reddy Garu. Thank you very much for your authoritative and detailed illustration talk on Buddhist heritage of Andhra Pradesh. You have completely covered. Yes, no, believe it or not, you have completely covered all the aspects of the Buddhist heritage of Andhra Pradesh, right from the earliest, the tooth relic discovery at the Dantapura Mandal. It is very rare information you have shared us. So you have covered almost all the sites, including the Rayalaseema region also. Not only that, your way of interpretation is very, very important. You have mentioned about the tilak, like the mark on the forehead of the Lord Buddha as one of the 32 Mahapurushas. Actually, not only that, you have included the other aspects of the Buddhism also. So it is not, the signal you are already established the scholar as far Andhra Pradesh is concerned. So not this thing. Now it is a time for the questions. So, if participants, if you have any doubts, something like that, please clarify yourself. Sir is readily available.
Professor Ansari Saab is ready. Ansari Saab is ready.
One question.
Okay.
Sir,
Is it that Andhra Pradesh is having maximum site of Buddhism? Because as you are narrating, everywhere, all the districts are being covered by the relics of Buddhism.
Yes,
so, is it maximum in India?
Sir, for your kind information, putting together both the states, we have more than 303 Buddhist sites. Well documented, 303 Buddhist sites. Most of them are in ruins, and 52 sites are made presentable. And the sites maintained by Archaeological Survey of India are up to mark and waiting for World Heritage State at 1 or 2 places.
That will be there. But my question is it maximum sites in India? Because Bihar, we say,
Yes,
UP,
yes,
we
yes,
say,
yes.
then other states we say. So
Yes, sir. We have the sites in entire Indian context.
Maybe.
Yes, sir, Professor. Sir, Professor Anish Ahmedkar, the reason was nothing but due to the rule of the Satavahanas. Satavahanas were the successors of Mauryas. What the Mauryas followed Buddhism, that was simply followed by the Satavahanas also. That is why large number of stupas, even Ajanta and all, attributed to Satavahana period, sir.
Yes,
so it is quite natural.
What happened was, sir,
Satavahana contribution.
Yes, contribution, but Satavahanas were silent patrons. They didn't give money, but it is only people's participation. Most of the stupas were raised by the local community only. No king has given except 1 or 2. 1 or 2 kings have donated, but most of the things were by the local community only.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Sir, because they don't division in the society, etc. That might have impacted the people that yes, let us live together with synergy. What we call is without any differences of social hierarchy. So Buddhism was a platform for that.
Naturally developed, sir. Naturally developed.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Narasimhan.
Any other questions, sir? Any other questions? Any other questions, sir? Any other question may please be raised. Sir is really available at the authority of the Buddhism heritage. Babjirao, okay, please Babjirao. You are so associated with the Professor Nagireddy for several decades. You can please raise question.
Yeah, first and foremost.
You won't raise questions. You won't raise questions, but you will compliment his talk.
You please mute for a moment your mic. Congrats. First and foremost, my heartful congrats to Dr. Sivanagi, who has made such a stupendous work of entire Buddhism of Andhra Pradesh, which will run for a month sessions of this thing. He made it in a short span of time, just giving a very brief of the thing, and through doing that, he has taken the entire audience into the as a guide lecture. He has taken all the way. But why I wanted to tell one thing is that the biggest contribution of Andhra Buddhism, that is Andhra means the undivided Andhra Pradesh, Buddhism of Andhra Pradesh, to the Indian Buddhist architecture is the IQAC platforms and IQAC stupas. Sir, you please elaborate on those two.
Yes. Sir, now Babjirao sir, thanks to Babjirao sir, because he has asked a very pertinent question, which is very much important, because we have stupas from each and every part of the country. Stupas are just hemispherical mounds. We all know hemispherical structures with a parasol on the top, and all around there will be one railing. But they are just rounds only, like Sanchi. Wherever you go, it will be only hemispherical structures only. But the contribution of the Andhra Satavahana period is that we have added platforms on all the 4 directions. Those platforms are called as Ayaka platform, Ayaka Vedika. Ayaka Vedika is Aryaka Vedika. That is, it has been given a status, such a great, noble this thing, on which 5 pillars are erected. These 5 pillars denote the great events of Siddhartha Gautama, the Janana, Nishkarmana, Samma Sambodhi some enlightenment, then first discourse Dhammachakra Pravartana and Mahaparinirvana. So all these 5 great events of Siddhartha Gautama are symbolically represent in the shape of Ayaka stambhas, and which were actually planted on a platform known as Ayaka Vedika or Ayaka platform. This on all the 4 directions. People, when they circumambulate, they will actually Triratana Vandana and Buddha Vandana, they will do na? Yes. It is the place where people will pay respect to Lord Buddha. Then this is the contribution. What on all the 4 directions, 1.5 meter width and around some 5 to 6 meters length will be a platform. This is contribution of the Andhras, and it has also gone up to Banavasi. Kanaganahalli, we find the similar evidence in Karnataka, but not in entire Karnataka, only which was the contiguous region of the Andhra region. But in Tamil Nadu, we could not get. In Odisha, we could not get. In Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, we could not get. This is confined only to the Andhra of what we call Gautamiputra Satakarni has an epithet that Tisamudratoya Pita Vahanasya. In spite of that, this particular characteristic of constructing Ayaka Vedikas and planting Ayaka Stambhas confined only to Andhra and Telangana regions, barring one example of Kanaganahalli. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your valuable the clarification. And what about others, the participants? Any other participants who has any genuine doubts regarding the
approve it, sir. Bajirao sir has to approve it.
No, sir. It's not a question of improvement. It's because no. What I mean to say, this is a pan-India platform wherein the participants may not be knowing about the significance of the Buddhism of Andhra Pradesh. That's the reason why I have raised this thing. Because this will give a very good comprehensive idea of the Buddhist architecture and its evolution, how it has been evolved through different parts of the country over the period of thousands of years. Thank you very much, sir. You have done very well, and it is ultimate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Tirumurthy, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am able to hearing, sir.
Yeah. So, thank you, Dr. Shivnagi Reddy, Sathpathy, sir, and Dr. G. Tirumurthy, sir, for giving a nice late talk on Buddhist heritage of Andhra Pradesh and share the session. सर एक बात मैं बताना चाहूंगा प्लीज, हमारा जो रीवा रीजन है, विंध्य रीजन, रीवा रीजन, ये भी बुद्ध के लिए काफी जाना जाता है, क्योंकि बनारस के पास है, बनारस के पास है ये क्षेत्र, और यहाँ पर देउर कोठार और साथ ही जो भरहुत, जो कलकत्ता म्यूजियम में भरहुत गैलरी है, वो भरहुत गैलरी हमारे इसी क्षेत्र की है, विंध्य क्षेत्र की, रीवा रीजन की है भरहुत गैलरी। तो ये क्षेत्र हमारा विंध्य क्षेत्र है, यहाँ पे भी बुद्ध के अच्छे हेरिटेज साइट हैं, और इसको खासकर देउर कोठार को हमने अपने बैनर में भी रखा है। जो हमारा बैनर है वो उसमें देउर कोठार जो है स्तूप, उसको रखा गया है इसमें। तो और सांची, मध्य प्रदेश में जो सांची स्थान है, वहां पर तो अब एक विश्वविद्यालय की यूनिवर्सिटी भी स्थापित हो गई है, जो बुद्ध के संबंध में पूरा स्टडी करा रही है। तो आज डॉक्टर शिवनागी रेड्डी साहब ने जो यहाँ पे व्याख्यान दिया, डॉक्टर रामा मूर्ति सर ने हमको बताया था कि पूरे आंध्र प्रदेश और तेलंगाना एरिया के जो बुद्धिस्ट सेंटर हैं उनको पूरा कवर करेंगे। तो थैंक यू सर, और चेयरपर्सन तिरुमूर्ति सर और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को धन्यवाद है कि उन्होंने हमारे इस वेबिनार में समय दिया। कल का जो वेबिनार है वो 11:10 से हम शुरू करेंगे, और कल भी बहुत अच्छे जो लेक्चर होने वाले हैं उसमें चिल्का लेक पर टॉक होगी, चिल्का लेक उड़ीसा पर, टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर इन केरला, बॉटनिक गार्डन ऑफ इंडियन रिपब्लिक नोएडा उत्तर प्रदेश, आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर अचीवमेंट ऑफ पल्लवास इन साउथर्न इंडिया महाबलीपुरम पर चर्चा होगी। और इसके अलावा इशू एंड चैलेंजेज ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन इन डिजर्ट लैंडस्केप एंड ए ग्लांस ऑफ कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट प्लांट एंड रिलेशनशिप इन प्रवाद फ्रॉम गीता। तो ये 6 लेक्चर होंगे। 11:10 पे हम लिंक देंगे आपको और आप लोगों को इनवाइट करते हैं कल के सेशन के लिए। सभी को फिर से धन्यवाद। थैंक यू all participants and lead speakers and chairpersons.
Good morning, sir. This is Alkesh from United States.
సార్ నాకు ఇప్పుడు క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఆన్సర్
Are you able to hear me?
లాస్ట్ సార్ నేనే అటెండ్ సార్ సార్ ప్లీజ్
Yes, it was a very great session, and all the sessions are good. We would just request you to adjust a little bit of time because as per EST, it's a late night. So we would be wishing to have videos or something like session-wise videos uploaded, nicely curated, so we can see. And this whole seminar which you have made for 3 days can become a very resourceful stuff on a YouTube. This is my suggestion.
Yes sir, हम जो यहाँ पे जो बना रहे हैं YouTube और आपको सेमिनार के बाद शेयर करेंगे।
Thank you sir, thank you very much. We would take our time to see it because I am always worried about my India's heritage, so I always remain present in various kinds of seminar. Most of these people know me.
After end of seminar we will share YouTube in your
thank you sir,
email or WhatsApp number.
Sure, thank you. Shivangi sir.
Sir.
Reddy sir,
Sir, I am here.
Reddy sir.
Sir, I have one question. I have seen one Gajalaxmi seal which I have WhatsApp long back.
Sir.
Sir, मैंने गजलक्ष्मी का I have seen one Gajalaxmi seal from Andhra Pradesh and I have emailed you. So can I get a picture of it? I have sent you your WhatsApp too. You can see right now also. My number is 908-977-7838.
Now I think,
but that is this time or earlier. It is said 1st century BC. So I don't know where is the location of the sculpture, but I need to see.
और एक बार नंबर बोलिए 908
977
एक मिनट
78
no
7838
977
हाँ
रिपीट करें। हेलो
नंबर बोलिए सर
977 7838
78 oh yes
38
yes it has come. एक मिनट नो द फोटो चले गया वो अब तक नहीं आ रहा।
ठीक है, मैं आपको रिपीट कर देता हूँ।
Yes, it is from गावदे बता बोल के आप लिखे नमस्कार, this is Alkesh from USA.
Yes.
Thank you sir Alkesh.
I will resend the picture sir.
Okay.
So please if you can find that image for me.
Mr.
You know me.
Mr. Alkesh, your number 9089777838.
Yes,
sir.
I have now. I have.
Okay, sir.
Yes, but I do not have the image.
I will send it back. Maybe it has been deleted. I will resend it.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Gupta, SK Mishra, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you everybody. I will start my work. I'm at work.
I would also like to thank our KV Rao Garu who has introduced me to you.
Yes, sir.
And our friends, Professor C.B. Rao Garu, Narasimhan Garu from ASI.
Yes, sir.
Their presence makes the difference.
Many archaeologists give your name, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Ramamurthy, Mr. Ramachandra Murthy, sir.
Yes,
KV
yes, yes.
Rao, sir.
Babji Rao ji.
Yes, sir. Babji
Thank you.
Rao, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shivanagari sir, Babji Rao sir, Mishra sir. I am Bhujang Rao.
Oh, Bhujang Rao ji, namaste Bhujang Rao ji. Wonderful man. You are known as Heritage Bhujang Rao ji.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Indian
I
heritage.
am present in all sessions. So nice sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bhujang Rao sir, thank you.
Tomorrow Mahabali Puram talk, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. J. Rajendran, principal.
Okay, sir.
Bye.
I don't know.